Well, I want to start stream, and you want me to start stream, but haven't we forgotten somebody? There's somebody out there who doesn't want me to start stream because he instead wants me to chase him around the house and slap his belly over and over. Why'd you pick now, buddy? I've been up for a while. I could have played with you an hour ago. But you choose now. I was doing emails. Ah. Ah. Give belly slaps? Mwah. Yeah, you can't see him. He's right out of frame, but he's looking at me expectantly. He wants to be chased. Ruben! Ruben, you have no idea how lucky you are. Most people have to leave the house for like 10 hours a day to go to work, okay? I work for, let's say, charitably, 4 hours a day, and I'm home the whole time, and then I play with you. Ridiculous. You know, the problem is, he's not a lap cat. You know, he won't just chill in your lap, because that would count as quality time with him. He always has to be chased. He's too active. You're too active. Whoa. You're too active. Mwah. Whoa. Kind of cat? Devon Rex. Buddy. Look at this. I can't be free of him. Not that I would want to be, though I am moving soon, of course. Okay, now you're in the way of the chair wheels. What country are you moving to? Seattle, Washington. Ooh. My neck's mad at me for my new, shaving implement. Where'd you get that shelf from? Do you remember? A consignment store, so I'm afraid I can't direct you to the company that made it. Dollar Shave Club? I don't believe in that woke nonsense. Ruben, can you hear him meowing? Ruben! For as long as you've been alive, you know that when I'm talking into the microphone, I can't move from the chair. Come on. Go harass Capella. Go tackle Capella. Is any razor company not woke? What about Manscaped? That shit is so fucking cringe, dude. Why do you have to... Okay, first of all, and listen, I'm sorry if this offends some of your sensibilities. I don't really give a shit. If you actually feel a need to have a different, like, shaving apparatus for your junk than you do for your face, what's wrong with your junk? You people are choking on dick 24/7, and then you what? It's time to shave your pubes, and all of a sudden you're like, no, I could never touch my face with something that's touched my balls. What are you talking about? Jesus. Do you wash your ass in the shower? Pathetic. It's not hygienic to use the same thing for your face and balls. Yeah, it is. There's nothing unhygienic naturally about your balls. There just isn't. It's just not. That's just fake. You're shaving in like the shower or something. Don't balls get sweaty? Everything gets sweaty. The thing that sweats the most is your hands. Bully you to assume I shave my balls? Well, I never would, of course. Who shaves in the shower? You can shave in the shower if you're shaving every day, because then it won't clog the drain, because the hair bits are, like, tiny. It's like little grains. People aren't ready for the your nut skin is the same as your face skin truth bomb. People are fucking weird about their nuts, man. But slowly and slowly over time that builds up. No, it doesn't. If you're shaving in the shower every day, the hair that's going down there, you're talking about like tiny little particulates. It doesn't clog. The reason hair clogs the drain is because it catches. It forms into a big knot. But in the if you're just shaving like every day, then it's just, yeah, it's like dust. Like it doesn't, there's nothing for it to catch on. It's like a little, it's like it's much smaller than a grain of sand, right? It's like, yeah, dust basically. Doesn't do anything. Not necessarily. It can combine with soap residue and block the drain over time. Okay, so after 3 years of shaving every day in the shower, maybe the drain gets a little bit clogged, and then you just use some fucking Drano, and then it's fine. How do you shave part of your beard without shaving the whole beard? I don't understand the question. Do you have cerebral palsy? Do you have what do they call it? What's the thing where your hands shake? What's the something something starts with an N? No, Parkinson's. It has an N. Kind of haunted by these goddamn. I think he's asking about shaving combs like you use on a hair clipper. Oh yeah, you just get the guards on the hair clipper. Different millimeters, you know? I usually use I don't know what millimeter settings they are, but I usually use like 3rd guard for my mustache, 1st guard for this bits of hair, like around here, you know? And then the longest guard, like 6th guard for the main beard. I just keep it at that length. What about Banana Republic? Do you like them? Not really, no. They have some okay stuff, you know, it's not all terrible, but... How much do you pay for your haircuts? I mean, I usually pay 100 because I get 50 and then I tip 50. But I've been thinking of going to a stylist lately because I've just never been satisfied with my hair. I feel like I've never had the relationship with my hair that I've wanted. You know? American prices are insane. For 50 bucks for a haircut? Not really. You're paying like somebody for an hour of their time. I mean, unless you're just getting a buzz or whatever. Go to a black barber to be the funniest shit. I've been to a black barber. They are, at least in my experience, they are rough with your head, man. Hour, it takes me like 20 minutes, dog. Yeah, it just depends on what you're getting. It's not a fucking race. But yeah, no, I do need to go to a stylist. I want to see. I feel like I want to learn how to use pomade. I don't know if that's really my style, but I want to try it. Since I'm into the heritage menswear bullshit anyway, I might as well give a, you know, the heritage menswear hair a try. Like this fucking psychopath whose fits I like. Like his underwear, too. I don't know if I feel like I would need to be skinnier for this to... Oh, by the way, Kings in chat, fellow Kings, good news, by the way. For the first time in a long time, I did a chest workout last night. No chest pain this morning. My, what do you call it? My sternum's not mad at me. Now, admittedly, it was lightweight, okay? It was standing pec flies with like 45 pounds on either end and some incline bench presses of 70 or 75 pounds. So like really lightweight. But you know, you have to, yeah, you have to build. I'm not testing the muscle here. I'm testing the sternum. I want to make sure. I think the pec flies are good because it's the full range of motions, kind of like a stretch for the sternum anyway, you know? How does one do a standing pec fly? I have a cable cross machine, the kind you see at a gym. How many reps for the benching though? 8. I mean, I didn't want to push myself too hard. Again, I'm not testing the muscle. I'm testing the the inflammation of the sternum, you know? You don't need to use extra weight. Try calisthenics. Yeah, but I want to be like beefy. But I want the weight. Based on phrenology, this guy is evil. I see what you mean, but if you consider that he dresses like really well, also he lathers up. Clearly a thirst trap, but I'm just in it for the chinos. I like his boxers too. You know, since MeUndies lowered the quality of their underwear, I've been looking for another brand. I haven't bought a new pair of underwear in like 2 years, which sucks because like there's nothing wrong with the stuff I have, but you know, I'd like some new cloth around my dingus. And unfortunately, like it just MeUndies lowered the quality of their shit. Yeah, I feel like I would need to have a very fresh haircut to pull off that pomade look, you know? God, that looks good. Nice full cut on those chinos. How often do you need new underwear? I don't know. Why isn't he wearing socks? People often wear loafers without socks. It's pretty common to not wear socks with loafers in warm weather. And it's clearly warm weather, judging by how he's dressing, you know? I don't actually have a pair of loafers that fit my feet well enough that I can wear them without socks. It's recommended to get new underwear every 6 months. But the problem is that you can't go with the average because the average American has like skid marks and half their white underwear. I don't trust you fuckers. You know? Like, I feel like the median is getting distorted by the behavior of the average person. Ruben's fucking stalking me from back there in the walkway. He's got to jump me. I see his eyes glowing in the dim light. Ruben, you'll never kill me. I'm many times larger than you. Also, I worked out yesterday. He doesn't know. I got ops. Skid marks Joe distorting the dataset by leaving 500 skid marks a day. That must be a Vosh viewer. I'm also kind of curious what boxers he's wearing because that's also a big heritage menswear thing, right? When you have when you're wearing like cropped boxers as opposed to wearing like boxer briefs, which a lot of people wear these days, including myself, because they're comfortable. And I saw these because he's got like these patchwork boxers. I wonder if these are the same. I wonder if these are the same brand because they look kind of cool, you know? Maybe I've just never tried high quality boxers because so far every pair of boxers I've ever worn sucked. But I feel like these look cool. Hanes is good, no? Listen, okay, Hanes doesn't make their shit in Japan. All right. What a little freak. Where the fuck is my other... Oh, there we go. Jesus. Talk about the WNBA CBA? You mean the, how they're not making, enough money? Don't WNBA players make like 1/50th or something what NBA players make? Doesn't seem fair to me. I mean, the problem at the end of the day is that nobody cares about WNBA, and it's like liberals don't care to support them, and conservatives hate them. So it's difficult to... It's difficult to talk about this because people are always going to treat it like it's a DEI initiative or whatever, you know? They don't bring in viewers. All women watch Kardashians and shit. That's true. Women do be shopping. WNBA doesn't turn a profit, unfortunately. Well, lots of things don't turn a profit. That doesn't mean you shouldn't pay the people responsible for keeping it afloat. Like every fucking Silicon Valley tech company startup doesn't turn a profit. That doesn't mean the people... Like, trust me, Uber never turned a profit. That didn't stop the people running Uber from making like hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, I don't find that convincing. That being said, you know, we should pay more attention to women's... Look, I feel bad talking about it. I'm not a sports guy. I've watched exactly as many WNBA matches as I've watched NBA matches. You know, I'm consistent. I'm not sexist, unlike you people. They should lower the rim so they can dunk. Just make it into like a baby game, like softball shit, you know? Make the ball pink. Look, I support the ladies. I just don't know what to say about it, to be honest with you. I think a lot of it also is just like, and unfortunately, this is the most milquetoast feminist take in the world, okay? But people watch men's sports for the skill and for the narrative and so on. A lot of people only want to watch women's sports for the baddies. And unfortunately, most of the time, if you get really, really good at a sport as a woman, you end up scaring the hoes. And by the hoes, I mean like insecure straight men. Like, if you're a professional WNBA player, you're probably really fucking tall. You're probably built, and that just a lot of guys just aren't into that, you know, because they're pussies. That's really all there is to it, I think. I think there's some variance of that depending on the sport. Like, everyone talks about volleyball, but volleyball, you know, that's a lot of leg work, right? So you're gonna have big ass and thighs. Everyone's wearing their swimsuits down at the beach. Tennis, right? Tennis, that's a lot of leg work. I feel like people are more willing to engage with women's sports in fields where the athleticism that's required builds your body in a way that's considered more feminine. But then again, there's a ton of leg work in basketball. I don't really know. Maybe it's like a height thing? I don't really know. You're literally describing Caitlin Clark right now. She's in the WNBA. She's revolutionizing the game. She's the Steph Curry of WNBA right now. I don't know who the fuck Steph Curry is. I understand that I should. Like, the way your sentence was structured makes me feel like I'm at fault for not knowing who Steph Curry is. So I'm aware enough of that, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't know who Steph Curry is. It's like saying LeBron James. Well, I know who LeBron James is. He was in the bad Looney Tunes movie. What do you call it? Space Jam 2, that's right. That I didn't see. Christ Vosh really is the Yago sports guy. Yeah. It's this in music, man. Everyone's mean to me. Nobody knows how hard it is to be an autistic homosexual live streamer who makes tons of money doing basically no work. You people, you don't understand how privileged you are understanding what a Steph Curry is. What the fuck is falling down on my desk? Why did this, what is this? Who's doing this? There. Sheesh. You're the median voter of sports fans? Nah, I'm to the left of the bell curve on sports, man. I'm definitely not the median. The average person knows more about sports than me. I understand sports. I understand the like the idea, like it's a narrative. You follow the career of someone or multiple careers. You follow like a narrative about a team, you know? It's partly about the physical skill, but a lot of it is about the drama. It's the theater of the performance. You get invested, you know? You don't only tune in to watch highlights of the top 10 most athletic plays of your given favorite person, right? It's about the entire experience though of watching this, you know, up and down of a person's life and engagement. I get that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not something I got into myself. Do you think NBA players should take a pay cut if necessary? Um, I don't know. What? How much are the people running the WNBA? It's the same NBA, right? It's just like a subdivision. I guess you just have to take a look at the total amount of money moving around in the system, and you'd have to allocate it. I don't really know. Listen, even if the complaint being made by the ladies here is that not enough people are watching WNBA, I think that's fair. Isn't that fair? I think that's fair. NBA players get royalties on merch while WNBA players don't. There's some obvious unfairness there. Okay, well, that seems, yeah. That seems pretty bad. You might want to check the same, or the it's the same NBA assertion. I'm not sure if that's true. I was asking. That's why I asked it. There was a question mark at the end of the sentence. I don't know shit. Aren't a lot of sports teams like basically modern slavery? There's some fucked up stuff with the sports industry, to be sure. Annoying ass. Do you know who Nikola Jokic is? That sounds familiar. That sounds pretty familiar. He's my goat. Why'd you say it like that? Well, obviously because I'm not familiar with the name enough to know how to pronounce it. How would you pronounce Jokick? J is Y? Oh, so my apologies for not instantly knowing the ethnicity and language of the name I was pronouncing. My apologies. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Jesus Christ. Every time you motherfuckers do this to me, okay, I go outside and find somebody who's clearly ESL or maybe EST, and then I make fun of them when they mispronounce something in my language, okay? There's a karmic clock that's keeping time, and you're not even fucking aware of it. He's Serbian? Why should I have to respect anything about a Serbian name anyway? Jesus. Oh, not EST, sorry, ETL. He's the one good Serbian. Is he the guy that Liv Agar posted a bunch? The guy who looks like a partially shaved bear? That's the only Serbian athlete that I know. Oh, look. Okay. Joe Josic or whatever. Joik. Wait, where's their name? Someone type the name again. I don't remember the name. Oh, no, I don't think that's the guy. He still looks like a partially shaved bear, but that's just a Slav thing. All right. Fuck is this? Car strikes crowd outside LA venue, injuring 30. Bystanders attack driver who was shot. Okay. A vehicle rammed into a crowd of people waiting to enter a performance venue. The driver was later found to have been shot. Oh, so it wasn't even intentional? The driver got shot and just like spun out and hit the worst possible place? That fucking sucks, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine getting shot and you're like trying to stay conscious and you veer the wheel and you slam into like a crowded venue and then a bunch of people drag you out of the car and start beating the shit out of you and you're like, "No, it wasn't me." It was not immediately clear if the driver was shot before or after the crash. Oh, okay. I guess there's not as much information as known. No deaths? No deaths? Huh. He was driving a little beep beep car. That's why no deaths. No kidding. Yeah. If this was a Ford F-150, then yeah, it probably would have mulched the crowd. But yeah, no, this makes a big difference. After the crash, she heard what sounded like gunshots. Okay, maybe it was shot after. Maybe the crash was deliberate then? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Seems bad. Well, I think that's nice, Joe Clem. I don't know. It just seems weird to me, like, in a good society, women's sports would get as much attention as men's sports, okay? We're probably not going to do anything. Like, there's no change in the fact that women on average physically are are dog water compared to men, you know, because God made it that way because of the rib. Um, but people cheer on their home teams whether or not they're top tier. I don't understand why we don't do the same with women. Well, I do understand it's because of sexism, right? Nobody's watching a women's game where they're doing all those crazy fucking athletic feats and being like, this sucks because they're women. No, fuck, they're still 50,000 times better than you, okay? Idiot. You know, it's because you look at women and you want them to be pretty and ornamental, and the guys get to be like the sweaty athlete demons out there, you know, ramming into each other and shit. Vashi was kicked out and ran through the crowd for revenge or some shit. Then the crowd pulled him out and beat him. Then someone shot him per local news. Why the why the fuck would you shoot somebody getting beaten on by a crowd? That's so weird. Like, okay, so he rammed into a group of people and then no one died, but a bunch of people were injured. He gets pulled out and gets the shit beaten out of him. Why would you shoot him then? All that does is disperse the crowd and turn what would otherwise be a happy group lynching into a like murder investigation or attempted murder investigation. That makes no sense. Why would you do that? Then everyone scatters and then the cops get involved in a very different way. I don't know. Seems stupid. Seems dumb. Happy and lynching should not be used in the same set. Listen, if a guy drives his car into a bunch of like gals standing outside the club or whatever, and they all beat the shit out of him and he dies, like, you know, I'm not going to shed a tear. That's fucking crazy. There need to be consequences to that. I don't know. That's fucking crazy. I fucking lynching's probably the wrong word, Lamau. Well, that's what it would be. Lynching doesn't just mean a hanging. That's just the thing we think of, you know? We need to be more willing to beat the shit out of people. I was having this conversation with my partner the other day that one of the reasons why everything seems to be getting more bad and antisocial out there is because everyone's afraid to confront everyone else. And because everyone knows that everyone else is afraid to confront them, people are more comfortable being antisocial, you know? I feel like this is worse I'm going to paint with some very broad strokes here. White neighborhoods, because white people are much more afraid of confrontation than, say, black people are, on average, in the United States, for a variety of cultural reasons, recent history, experiences in the recent past, etc., etc. So, like, crazy, weird, antisocial behavior in, like, majority black neighborhoods, I think, on average, gets checked a little bit more. Like, if you're being weird or creepy or, like, leering or something like that, it's more likely that the neighborhood will look into you, you know? Whereas in a lot of, like, white communities, I don't mean like rural white, I'm just talking in cities, I guess. I'm kind of painting with a broad brush here. But oftentimes people don't really want to confront because we don't know if is that homeless guy crazy? Does he have a knife? Is that person going to flip out on me? Is this road rage incident going to blow up into like a crazy confrontation? Like, what's going on here, you know? So as a consequence, there aren't like consequences to being antisocial. And because there aren't consequences to being antisocial, people get more antisocial. And it makes the problem worse, you know? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Again, I'm painting with very broad brushes here. Very broad. Like when the WASP neighborhood see somebody being weird outside, what do? They call the police, you know? Oh, homeless guy acting weird outside, you call the police. Person being weird, yeah, you call the police. You know, whatever. It's like you're kind of delegating a lot of responsibilities to the police when in most environments, I feel like, or historically, you know, no one was doing that shit in New York in 45 or whatever, you know. If somebody was being weird in your neighborhood, the guys from the neighborhood would just go out and do something about it. And I don't even mean beating them up. I just mean like at least confronting, like talking. And it's like this everywhere. It's like this in like grocery marts. You know, someone's being weird in a grocery store or whatever. Everyone just kind of like awkwardly hovers around them, not wanting to say anything. Nobody steps up and says, you know, hey, can you stop or whatever? You're being weird. Will you like fucking quit it or whatever? And you get this, and it snowballs, and years of this means that like there are people who are weird all the fucking time, and a lot of these people are mentally compromised. A lot of these people are homeless. But even for homeless people, like the belligerency can be exacerbated when everyone's so afraid that you're going to flip out and draw a knife on them that they won't even talk to you. So you just get more weird and detached from reality over time. You know, you've got these drug-fueled hazes and the mental illness, and no one really like talks to you about it. Nobody tells you when you're being inappropriate, so your grasp and reality kind of like gets pulled further and further away, and eventually like you're a fucking menace to your neighborhood. You're not trying, maybe you're not even trying to do anything, but you're like being a menace to your neighborhood, and nobody will say anything about it because now everyone's terrified of you because they're thinking, oh, if that guy's comfortable being a menace, then he must be ready to like fucking draw on me if I ever talk, you know, if I ever say anything negative to him. Every interaction now has the potential, like mentally, to blow up into a violent confrontation because we assume that anyone audacious enough to act that way in the first place would be willing to fight to defend. I'm blaming this on crime reporting in the news? Maybe, but crime reporting used to be like worse probably during the 80s when the murder rate was a lot higher. You all get what I'm talking about though, right? It's not really a race thing. I guess I'm just talking about like general tendencies that I've noticed because I've lived in waspy neighborhoods and I've lived in majority black neighborhoods, and there definitely seems to be a difference in like, I don't know, the feeling of responsibility that people have to confront others when they're acting out in a public setting, you know? Exactly what happened with Jordan Neely. Well, Jordan Neely kind of like was a menace. I just don't think he deserved to be murdered for that reason. But yeah, like that's kind of part of how it, because like, because Jordan Neely been arrested a bunch of times. It kind of seems like and we've all experienced this if we've lived in a big city, right? There are some homeless people that are just totally fucking detached from reality, right? Um, just completely detached, and it worsens the problem. It makes it worse because in the long run it increases the likelihood that the antisociality develops to a point where it can become a violent confrontation. It's very obvious in my area, big difference between the local Eastern European immigrant neighborhood. Totally different atmosphere compared to waspy areas. Yeah, it does seem like it's a waspy thing, like kind of a Protestant bitch-ass pussy thing, a little bit. I feel like there's a very, very, very low chance of being assaulted or having a knife drawn on you for confronting people being weird in public. Yeah, that is true, but you gotta understand that, like, publicly confronting people for being weird is a skill that a lot of people have literally no experience in. Time was, for all of human history, confronting people when they were doing something wrong was like a necessary survival skill, right? If you couldn't do that, your ass was going to get taken advantage of, like, all the time, or killed. You needed the ability to stand up for yourself. Like, it was lethally dangerous if you couldn't. But now it's not, because for the most part, houses are bubbles, crime rates down, police can handle everything. So, you know, the environment is more safe than ever. So as a consequence, people don't really confront, and the skill set has been made more rare, and people don't have it at all. So it's not even like people are thinking, oh, that guy's going to draw on me if I talk, you know, if I tell him to fuck off. It's more like they have no idea how to even do it. Like they're aware of the fact their voice would quiver if they even tried, and it would kind of like take away from the moment, you know? I'm not even talking down to these people. I probably, to an extent, belong in this category because it's not like I'm going outside seeing a homeless person being, you know, weird or antisocial and going like, hey there, you cut that out. Like, the last time I confronted somebody for being a fucking antisocial freak must have been when I was in college, and that was on the bus, and it is some like bothering some girl, you know? Um, but for the most part, my thought is just like, well, I'm just doing my chores and then I'm getting home, you know? Remember the video of the drug girl knocking on a door for help? Yeah, I do remember that. That was fucking, yeah. Want that social skill, work at a bar for 2 weeks? That's true. You probably will get that social skill pretty quickly if you work at a bar. You have to, because you have to deal with the belligerents. Good times create weak people. Well, there is a caveat to this because I think America is worse about this than many places in Europe, and many places in Europe have a lower crime rate. I think that because the neighborhoods in, say, France or Germany or Spain or whatever are more walkable, people are more pro-social there, people interact with others more often, they're not in their little car boxes. I think people might be willing to be a little bit more confrontational there, even though the it's you know much less dangerous over there, right? Not in Sweden. No, it's true. The Scandinavian countries are uniquely antisocial. Guns play a role in this, to be sure, to be sure. But do we really think that the average like homeless guy being weird in a coffee shop has a firearm on him? I just don't. I don't know. I do think it's lack of practice. I've heard it theorized the reason America has so many murders is because there's no intermediate step between shoving a jerk and shooting them. I think that's true. Yeah. It's the consequence of a very heavily armed, very paranoid society where, like, everyone knows any physical interaction can instantly escalate to, like, shooting somebody. So nobody lets there be a middle ground. Nobody just beats anyone up in America. Ah, you all get me. We could all stand to be a little bit more confrontational, I feel. Just a little bit. I live in Italy and here people still use hands because no one had guns. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. Also, if you're like in England, you know, it's like the government will execute you if you have a pocket knife on you. So it's for the most part, you know, people joke about the stabbing rates in London, but they're still way the fuck lower than the shooting rates in America. It is a much safer place to, you know, be belligerent. And lower than our stabbing rates, yeah. Anyway. I mean, I would never endorse actually throwing hands. You should just pepper spray weird people or something. I don't even think it needs to come to physical violence. I just think that there are a lot of like weird belligerent assholes in public, and you can like we have just nobody is willing to say, "Hey, fuck off, dude." You know? Like we often see, you know how often I have seen like world star ass videos of people getting into shouting matches, and it's always black and brown people, and it's always outside of a grocery store. But I think what we're seeing is an element in a way of social health, because what happens at the fancy pants waspy white grocery stores? People are weird and no one says anything because they're huge pussies. Like, unironically, people being belligerent in public is just a fact of human nature. It's always going to happen no matter what, you know? The difference being that if you try that shit in some communities, often like black or brown poorer communities, they're more willing to be confrontational because they're more pro-social. That is a pro-social thing, the willingness to engage with that, you know? Whereas like everyone's so in the local fucking Whole Foods or whatever, it doesn't come about. There's obviously a lot of nuance to it, but Japan has no confrontations. Well, that's not quite true. There's a very high expectation of socially compliant behavior in Japan, and if you break from those expectations, like the entire fucking hive mind society descends upon you to shame you. It's more like no one reaches the point of getting to public belligerency, because if they ever develop that personality type, they'll be like ground down into dust by the entire, by the entire social superstructure, or the police, because the police are pretty fucking omnipresent there. Yeah, but the police are barely armed in Japan. Yeah, but no one is, so anyway. Buddy. I did see this. This is really fucking funny. I love him so much, dude.
Being a politician means listening, not just to your supporters, but your critics too. And some of these critics, especially on a certain website, have been giving me consistent advice. For example, at SamWhite087, Zoran, go back to
Name
Uganda,
and shame them,
where
King.
you come from and belong. At Teflon Gone, loser, go back to Africa. There are thousands like this from across the country. I hear you. And I agree. I'm going back to Uganda. I'm headed there in a personal capacity to celebrate Rama and I's marriage with our family and friends. But I do want to apologize to the haters, because I will be coming back. And since you will undoubtedly read about this trip in the New York Post, inshallah on the front page, here are a few of my humble suggestions for headlines. MIA, Mamdani in Africa. Uganda miss me. He's completely crazy. The Afra can't be serious. Carl Kampala-Neely investigates Mamdani. Zoe running away.
I fucking love him so much, dude. Preempting the opposition with a smile, the average Democrat could never. Democrats have never once done this. I don't know if I could say never once, but it's definitely true that a lot of Democrats are afraid to even acknowledge the nature of their opposition. It is crazy to me that there aren't more Democrats that create ads that are just compilations of the insane racism they get on Twitter from their opposition, right? Like, here's what Republicans have to say about my candidacy, and then it's just like a fucking wall of N-words, you know? Don't you fear he'll be stopped by Border Patrol on the way back into the country? Okay. Then it's time to start. Then it's time to ring the bells. What are you going to do? Be a pussy forever? That's Democrat thinking. He probably has a contingency for that, if that happens as well. React to this? Don't tell me what to do. Here's the Mehdi Hassan video. Thanks. I appreciate your subtle insinuation that I should get to the subjects that are listed in the title. Unfortunately for you, I'm actually, I have oppositional defiant disorder, you see. So when you tell me to cover it, you guarantee that I'm not going to. Don't be fucking annoying. Jesus Christ. 50,000 people with the AOC questions. How about you watch the damn stream? What, you want all the segments you care about to be done first so you can dip out after? Fuck you. Turn your ad blocker off. Like and subscribe. Besides, I have to clear up the links first. Otherwise, I'll never be done with these things. I always get fucking ambushed by the links at the end of the stream because people are like, you know, I've been here 3-4 hours or whatever. Then they're like, oh, cover this, you know. I still got the tab open. I haven't looked at it. What is this? ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt. I know this guy.
So we run surveys every 2 to 3 years, like a sentiment analysis to try to gauge how the majority population feels about Jewish people. So in this case, we do a domestic survey in the United States. And what I can tell you briefly is that we've been doing these surveys, I should say, since the 1960s. So we have a lot of information, a lot of longitudinal data. We're a very data-driven, evidence-based organization.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, in the last 5 years, intense, elevated anti-Semitic attitudes have more than doubled their share of the population.
Keep in mind that every single vote for Mamdani in the New York City mayoral Democratic primary was logged by the ADL as a separate anti-Semitic incident. So it's a little bit difficult to take their data seriously.
In 2019, it was 11% of the U.S. population had intense anti-Semitic attitudes. Today, in the last 5 years, it's gone from 11 to 24%. Now, globally, the numbers are even more stark.
That's the reason why he's saying anti-Semitic attitudes have increased, which was not, of course, what he polled people on. The question from the ADL in their survey was not, do you have intense anti-Semitic attitudes? And then people voted like, yes, no, maybe. It was probably questions about like Israel having a right to defend itself. Let's be real here. We know exactly what the ADL exists to do.
So when we did our first global survey of 100 plus countries in 2014. And we work with the market research firm Ipsos, based here in Paris, to do these surveys. In 2014, we found that 26% of adults worldwide had entrenched or extreme anti-Semitic attitudes.
Again, interestingly, not actually explaining what the questions were or what the data set or the variables or anything like that. Just, we're summarizing it. Trust me, we're summarizing it honestly, okay? The ADL does actually count disfavorable views of Israel as anti-Semitism and they're reporting these stats? Yeah, of course. No, it's the ADL. They don't give a shit about anti-Semitism. They're pro-anti-Semitism. They're just also pro-Israel. They don't give a shit about anything. It wasn't a joke. Anti-Semitism is when you're anti-genocide? Yeah, to them, yes, that is true. Sorry, maybe some people aren't aware, but like, yes, unironically, the ADL does the anti-Israel means anti-Semitism thing. That's the reason this organization exists.
26% That's more than 1 billion people. We thought that was a lot. When we ran the survey last year in 2024, that percentage went from 26% to 46%.
Damn.
2.2 billion adults and change. And that's based on almost 60,000 interviews in many different languages all over the planet. So to see that the percentage of adults worldwide with intense anti-Semitism has more than or nearly doubled in the last decade is
Nice to see that they're losing, you know? It's good to know that, like, in spite of like all the money, power, and political influence in the world, there are still limits to the extent to which you know, they can launder the reputation of a inhuman, monstrous, genocidal regime. What is this? Pro-Israel influencer Vicegrad24 in an interview with Jonathan Greenblatt inside the ADL's HQ asked Greenblatt if the ADL has to be so anti-white. What? What are the political alignments of the people involved here? Is Vicegrad24 pro-Israel? This guy's a super Nazi? Okay, then why is he pro-Israel? Does he hate Arabs more than he hates Jews? Why is this guy at the ADL HQ? Vicegrad hates Muslims? Okay, so it's like a lesser of two evils thing for him. Gotcha.
Against the ADL is that it does focus on groups that claim to represent the interests of white people. Do you think there's any truth to that you do perhaps focus more on?
A lot of Nazis are Zionists these days, apparently. I mean, Israel is probably ideologically closer to the Third Reich than any other nation on Earth right now. Turkmenistan, Eritrea, and North Korea are a little bit too hermetic, and Russia would be the only one else that comes close. But I think ideologically Israel tops it, because Russia still engages in this like idiosyncratic, like, here are 50 trillion reasons why we're doing what we're doing. You know, obviously the reason is expansionism, but, like, you know, here, throw out a flurry of bullshit reasons, you know? Whereas Israel pursuing the, like, greater Israel because by our blood and birthright we deserve this territory given to us by God. Like, I think they're the closest nation to the Third Reich right now. They're very ideologically consistent on that front.
White people more than anyone else. The reason I ask this question is, I think Israel has done, and by extension the Jewish people have done several things right, and that is they have managed to preserve themselves as a group of people without a state. They've managed to successfully do that for a very long time. It's a wonderful saying that goes, for as long as the Jews have kept the Sabbath has kept the Jews. Yeah. They've managed to retain a respect for their traditions and values. Even the unreligious Jews have a broad respect for. They've managed to have, especially, well, in Israel is the only Western country with an above a replacement level demographic rate. They've been very good at having strong borders. They've stuck together, right? And the fact of sticking together, the reason that they managed to survive without a state for...
Head of the ADL, like, accepting praise from a Nazi on the success Israel has had on replicating, I guess, the dreams and visions of the far right.
So long as because they have stuck together. If, for example, there is a group of white Americans who wants to put the interests of white Americans first and says, okay, we are a group that is currently smaller and smaller as a percentage of the entire United States, and the demographics are shifting, is that something that is problematic?
It's an interesting question.
Is it? CEO of ADL, the organization that's supposedly concerned with, you know, bigotry and far right such and such. Is that true? I mean, like, ideologically, it is very difficult to be a Zionist and then to not to like attack white ethno-states as a concept, you know?
I mean, I think, look, the fact of the matter is, I have no problem with anyone having pride in who they are and what they believe and their
really good stuff here.
Values. to the extent that those beliefs and those values don't infringe upon me and don't encroach on my ability to lead a full, life based on, again, my values and beliefs. So I think typically the organizations who espouse a kind of white nationalism tend to have a view that's quite, let's just say, negative toward non-white people.
As opposed to the Zionist project, which has no views negative towards non-Jews. That's true.
I think there's
lots
of examples
Let me
of that.
bounce back on that. I don't think that Jews have a negative attitude towards non-Jews, even though they put their own interests first.
You're nodding to that. That's just that's straight up the dual loyalty. That's the Jews put the interests of other Jews ahead of the interests of the Goyim. You just nodded to that. You nodded to that. Jesus Christ. Vice grad is like 2015 anti-refugee right wing. Okay, this guy's the CEO of the ADL.
Do you see that it's not necessarily exclusionary, right? You can put the interests of a group first and say, the reason I bring this up, I'm half Polish. I live in Poland. Half Polish. I spend most of my life in Poland. I'm a proponent of strong borders for a variety of reasons. And one of those reasons is I don't necessarily want to see the demographic fabric of my country change. I would like the people who come to be people who respect my country, who want to speak the language of that country and want to partake in that broader society. I don't think that mass migration will necessarily help retain those things.
I don't know if that's a white policy.
No, that's
I don't know what that...
It's not a white policy. It's just a policy of putting my country and my people first.
Look,
my people happen to be 99% white, right?
Right, but so you could...
Well, you're Polish, right? White. Imagine being a Slav and trying to adopt a Nazi Aryan ideal of white supremacy, man. I mean, every single fucking Balkan country does this, okay? The Croats and the Serbians and the fucking Macedonians, they all do this, right?
Have that, I mean, Japan for centuries was a fairly homogenous ethnic country for a bunch of different reasons, cultural reasons, geographic reasons, political reasons. I think that when we hear things like white rights in this country, it harkens back to a time like in the 1950s, the groups like the White Citizens Councils, the KKK, that use that agenda to, degrade and undermine Black people. Like there's a real history.
It's interesting because on one hand, again, Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, is essentially agreeing to the logic of the ethno-state, right? He nodded when he said Jews prioritize their own interests over non-Jews. He's saying he has no principal disagreement with ethno-states as long as they don't infringe on the rights of others, which obviously they do by definition. That's definitionally what they do. You create an ethno-state by infringing on the rights of others, either by deporting them or keeping them from coming in the country or giving them the same rights as others. That's definitionally what they do, right? It's what Israel's doing. It's what Israel has done. But at the same time, he's still dressing his language up in this pseudo woke, this namby-pamby, well, my issue with ethno-states isn't it's not innate to them. It's just, I don't like the racist part of them. The implication, of course, being that Israel is the special kind of ethno-state that somehow manages to achieve its exclusionary policies without hurting other people. Because that's, his position.
An overlap.
So when we talk about something like strong borders, look, I think we all want strong, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I think it is a totally defensible and reasonable position to want strong borders and immigration policy that, number one, allows the government to have some degree of, effective control over who's coming into their country. Number two, make sure that as people come into the country, they are obeying the laws and that they are assimilating into the country to a degree.
Really? Assimilating into the country to a degree. I wonder how Nazis feel about the assimilation of Jews into Western European countries. Dude, it's the ADL is fucking untouchable in American politics. Their words just get taken for granted, even though nobody gives a shit about them and nobody trusts them. Everything else Israel aligned. They have no credibility whatsoever, and yet they get treated like they have credibility for some reason. Why do people always point out immigrants should follow the law as if that wasn't a given? Because they're trying to insinuate that the opposition to the left thinks that it's okay for immigrants to break the law. Crazy shit, man. This is a Nazi account. ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt boasts about how the ADL has shut down endless white advocacy groups going back for a century. The ADL is actively working to shut down a small white community in Arkansas right now. And from the perspective of this Nazi Twitter account, they are correct. They're being ideologically consistent. It is completely hypocritical for the ADL to give infinite credibility and credence to the Israeli ethno-state and then to turn around and say, like, well, you can't do that shit in America. You can do all that shit. You can have illegal settlements in the West Bank and gun down the residents there and take their homes and slaughter people as they're waiting for food. Oh, but like, you know, God forbid racists form an all-white commune in Arkansas. Now, I'm opposed to both because I'm not a pussy and I have values. But from the perspective of Greenblatt, you know, you have to somehow thread a needle where you defend one but condemn the other. Really sickening stuff. We're almost out of the links so we can get to the stuff you people actually showed up for. You ingrates, you fucking degenerates. I show up for fashion segments. We did those earlier. Thank you. Talked about underwear. Puerto Rico segment? Yeah. We got to do that. Here, I'll have a tab open for that. Sorry, I'm trying to find the tweet. Sign up to read the full article. Go fuck yourself. What did Richard Fallis do? Probably something deserved. Thoughts on the trend of having Calvin Klein or branded underwear in general stick out of the top of the jeans? My thoughts on that trend is that it makes my penis hard when I see fit girls do it. And guys, the problem with guys is that a lot of them really suck, and it's difficult. See, how do I put this, okay? A lot of fit men dress like shit because they think their muscle will carry them. but any woman willing to put the effort into getting fit usually also has a really good fashion sense. So it's not just like underwear, shorts, t-shirt. There's like there's like an aesthetic being put together. But for a lot of guys, they just wear like disgusting synthetic tank tops and like long shorts, like training shorts, and then they go to the gym. Most people dress like shit. It's not gender. If you're taking a look at people who are very physically fit, people who have like visible six packs or whatever, women on average are going to be way more fashionable than men. Not even a matter of like them being more attractive or anything. It's just like in terms of presenting themselves. Men think of working out as the not gay way of looking better, right? Because they think that getting into clothes makes them gay, or it's like effete or metrosexual. Whereas women don't really have that issue. So for the most part, if a woman cares enough about presentation to get fucking yoked, she probably also spent 5 minutes looking at Pinterest boards on how to dress well. Where the fuck is the thing that I'm looking for? The mainstream media isn't talking about it very much, but I'm afraid people online are. People are mad at AOC. Very, very mad at AOC. Congress is rubber stamping another, what, $500 million to go towards Iron Dome spending over there in Israel to further shield the country from the consequences of their warring behavior. And Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced an amendment that would have cut that funding from the broader bill here. Marjorie Taylor Greene blasted her Republican and Democratic colleagues early Friday after all 6 of her amendments to the House's Defense Appropriations Bill failed. Allocates about $832 billion in funding for DoD programs. Greene's amendment to cut funding for the Israeli Cooperative Program, an agreement through which the U.S. provides Israel $500 million for programs for missile defense, was spiked in a 6-422 vote. The people who voted in favor of Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendments: Thomas Massey, expected, libertarian. Al Green, we like him. Summer Lee, we like her. Ilhan Omar, we like her. Rashida Tlaib, we like her. That's great. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's the 6. Where's AOC? AWOL. She actually posted on Twitter to defend herself from the wave of hate she got for not voting for this. Deserved hate, in my opinion. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course I voted against it. What it actually does is cut off defensive Iron Dome capacities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that has long been established. I remain focused on cutting the flow of U.S. munitions that are being used to perpetuate the genocide in Gaza. If only the vote was 421-7? Yes. If only very popular politicians who have a huge outreach were willing to plant their feet down and take definitive stands on these issues. Yes, I agree. She's been like this for a while. Yeah, she voted present on, we saw that on stream. We saw it live. She voted present on Iron Dome funding. She originally voted no. Then Pelosi had a talking to with her. She came out crying and voted present rather than no. And then later in an interview, she said she regretted that vote, but wished she had voted yes rather than present. Because the line that she's taken or has been willing to place her feet down on is that she will always support fewer civilian casualties. So she's okay with Iron Dome support to Israel, which is ridiculous, of course, because the continued support to Israel's Iron Dome gives them credence to continue doing what they're doing. The fact that Israel faces no consequences whatsoever for their constant warring in the region, their escalation, their attacks, is part of the problem, you know? Like, you don't give a bulletproof vest to a school shooter before sending him out because you don't want him to get hurt. You know, you don't give conditional aid to Nazi Germany, but only air defense. You know, you're only giving them flak cannons so that, listen, okay, you don't support what they're doing, invading the Soviet Union, invading France, invading the United Kingdom, but you don't want German civilians to get hurt, so you'll give them some flak cannons so the bombers can't reach Dresden. You know, I don't buy this. She's always been like this. Yeah, but like more so than ever, attention is being paid to these critical issues. And I have no idea how you can expect her to lead the left when she's willing to place her like you're giving you're signing off on Iron Dome funding to a genocidal ethno-state. It's a pretty bad. The majority of Democrats already dislike Israel. For people who like AOC, those numbers are probably even more severe. For people who really like AOC, it's probably like 95% of them think that Israel's behavior is unjustifiable. I have no idea why she's like this. Didn't Bernie also always vote like this? Yeah, I wonder how much of it is like Bernie being a bad influence on each other or them having bad political instincts when it comes to opposing the Democratic Party from within the left, you know? Because the feeling that I get, and I had this feeling especially with the, that disastrous Instagram Live where she argued that Biden shouldn't drop out, where she was acting as though she had insider info, but she didn't because at the time Pelosi and other insiders were working to oust Biden. Stuff like that makes me think that she doesn't really know how to politically maneuver within the Democrats. She's been given the understanding, she's been given the impression that if she waits her turn and plays the game, she can make compromises to buy power and favors, and then use that power and those favors in the pursuit of something like meaningful and transformative. Unfortunately, it seems like that's not happening. It seems like she's making concessions for nothing. She's not in the inside. She never will be on the inside because the inside is like a freak demon cult of ghouls who exists to keep the Democratic Party ineffectual and corpo driven, right? I don't know. It seems like she doesn't know what she's doing because she's not getting anything. For what it's worth, it looks like the MTG amendment would have simply deallocated the money from the Iron Dome and allowed Israel to use it for whatever. Is that true? Hold on. Strike $500 million in funding for Israeli cooperative programs, which are defensive systems like the Iron Dome. So the argument then is that the $500 million would have been used to other things then? Research, development, test, evaluation, defense. Why $500 million should be for the Israeli cooperative programs, provided that of this amount, 60,000 should be for procurement of Iron Dome defense system. Short-range ballistic missile program. The cooperative. Yeah. This is what would have been struck from the bill. I feel like she should have included this in her response then. Meet Israel's defense requirements. For architecture, 100,000 be used for co-production activities. T3. She dropped a far longer response on her site. Okay, then let me take a look. Maybe I can be moved over on this. I don't think that I'm going to, I don't think I'm getting away from this without criticizing her, but I do appreciate the opportunity to do so in a more nuanced way. Here. Oh my God, the lefty meme. And it's got a signature. That's how you know it's serious. Both of these things are true. Yeah, well, I mean, it still falls in line with a sort of broader tendency on her part, like her defense of the Iron Dome funding specifically in a, well, it protects civilians kind of way, has always rubbed me the wrong way. But if this bill only struck like the requirement that the 500 mil be used for the Iron Dome and didn't have anything to do with like the money itself, then that seems like a pretty fair counter argument, no? Yesterday, the House called to the floor a rushed $1 billion supplemental military funding bill for the Iron Dome defense system. I want to be clear with the community that I am opposed to this bill, but ultimately cast a wait, this is the old one. The present vote. Wait. Hold on. Is this the older one? I think she voted present again. Voted no on the amendment, present on the bill. Gotcha. Wait, why present on the bill? My job as your representative is first and foremost serve with transparency. No, she voted no on the bill. Okay, you just linked what I'm already looking at. Then what did she vote present on? What does it mean to vote present? It means you're a pussy, basically. So what did she vote present? If you're saying she voted no on the bill, that note is 2021, ain't it? Yeah, isn't this the old one? I wish there was a date on here. It's absolutely the old one? Yeah, because they're talking about a $1 billion supplemental military funding bill. That's not what this is. Okay. The most recent press release on our website is from July 11th. Okay, then who was the first person who linked that, saying that it was from the recent vote? What are you doing? You really went and dug up something from 2021, 4 years ago? Did you do that on purpose? Jesus. The House passed the overall defense funding bill in a 221 to 209 vote. 3 Republicans opposed at 5. So she voted no on the bill, not present. Unless she was one of the 5 Democrats who joined the GOP lawmakers, which, no. That seems unlikely to me. Yeah, she voted no. So she voted no on the amendment, no on the bill. So enough with the present and the yes bullshit, okay? Jesus. So then we go back to not the post on the website, because this is fake news, but the argument that the only thing she struck down was the specific allocation of the $500 million to the Iron Dome. But it still would have gone towards Israeli weapons in general. What does the DSA say? It's a good statement. I'd just like some kind of official confirmation, just in case I'm missing something, because this vindicates AOC quite a bit. If so, that striking that the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment, striking what it struck, would have just allowed the $500 million to go towards whatever Israel wanted to spend it on, as opposed to specifically the Iron Dome. That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for an official confirmation of that. It seems like that. True, but the motives are the same now? No, I think that AOC's vote is more defensible if that's the case. Then why did the other progressive anti-Israel House members vote yes then? Well, that's what I'd like a confirmation on, because it would help me know whether there's more nuance to this. I still think that her response was bad. This is a bad response. If the only argument that she wants to make is all this does is allocated specifically to the Iron Dome, but the money goes to Israel either way, you know, if that's the only thing the amendment does, I don't see why she needs to talk about I have long stated I do not believe adding to the death count of innocent victims in this war is constructive to its end, because that sounds like a defense of providing more funding to the Iron Dome. She posted more on Blue Sky? All right, hit me up. I see the misinformation machine is kicking up to support Marjorie Taylor Greene's Israel amendment. Advocates have a responsibility to be clear about what legislation does and doesn't do. Her amendment did not cut off offensive aid to Israel. We shouldn't pretend it does. My statement on it. I voted no on the full bill, which includes this appropriation. Wait, this doesn't add any more information. This is just a screenshot. That's not more. Well, now I'm just confused about her messaging. Why wouldn't she just say, assuming this is the case, why wouldn't she just say the only thing Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does is specifically disallocate the funding from the Iron Dome? All that money goes to Israel anyway. If I had to choose to give a genocidal ethno-state more money, I would rather it be forcibly allocated to the Iron Dome than for it to go towards more offensive weapons. There, didn't that right there? Doesn't that just straight clear it up right now? Oh, don't make this like a rhetoric argument, you know? Consultant arc? Yeah, I'm curious. Dude, I'm not one of those, like, you know, you disagree with the politician, you drop them or whatever, because there have always been disagreements. And AOC historically has been namby-pamby on the Iron Dome bullshit, okay? And I do still think that she keeps trying to act as though she's capitulating towards the benefit. She's trying to get some kind of inside foot, you know? She's trying to get her toe in the door. And it doesn't work. But why is her messaging bad on this? I still want a confirmation on that. Does the Hill confirm or deny this? I would like some kind of official... The whole amendment text is strike section 8067, page 92, beginning on line 12 through page 93, line 13. The funds would be removed, not just given to a general fund. Well, no, wouldn't the total amount being allocated to Israel still be preserved elsewhere? Like somewhere else in the bill, surely there would be an acknowledgement of the total. It would just be removing the part that says a certain amount of it has to be allocated. These details matter. I don't understand why nobody is being more clear about this. No mention of it on the Hill. Okay. DSA? What about DSA? DSA? You once said you find criticism of AOC on the basis of her being pro-Israeli was dishonest. Do you still believe that? I don't think AOC is pro-Israeli. I think that AOC is weirdly unwilling to attack the Democratic Party when we need that shit right now. And also has, for years now, been pretty bad on the Iron Dome funding specifically. You know? I think in her case, it's not like Machiavellian maneuvering. I think it's a little bit of cowardice. I think that she understands what she believes to be right and wrong. I think that ideologically, she knows that Israel is an ethno-state committing genocide, but in her heart, she's thinking like, if I play this right, I can make a bigger difference down the line. That's my guess. That's my guess. This is why we oppose Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's vote against an amendment that would have blocked $500 million in funding for the Israeli military's Iron Dome program. While the Congresswoman voted against the defense appropriations bill itself, voting against funding for the imperialist military-industrial complex and the Israeli genocide, we were further deeply disappointed by her clarifying statement on her position on the Iron Dome. I do think the clarifying statement on the Iron Dome was bad. The idea that there's some kind of moral virtue in providing Israel defensive weapons is absolutely ridiculous to me. Along with other U.S.-funded interceptor systems, the Iron Dome has emboldened Israel to invade or bomb no less than 5 different countries in the past 2 years. Yep, that is true. Data mail. I know the vote was symbolic, STO, but symbols matter, especially when you're as popular as AOC is with the Democratic base. SDL, you can't possibly believe you can send me a link that looks like this. And I'm going to go over it impromptu, okay? I'm still trying to find some kind of official confirmation as to the exact provisions being struck from the bill, okay? You need to... All right, bucko. A true leftist, yeah, through and through. Looking into it now, the bill allocates DoD funding, not specific funding to Israel, so that funding would go to DoD fund, not Israel. Okay, Hyperion 99, that's the shit that I want to know, because if that's true, that makes Israel look really bad. Or sorry, not Israel. That makes it, well, everything makes Israel look bad. That makes AOC look really bad. Because she's voting no on the total funding anyway, so why would she be against a provision striking a portion of general Pentagon? So if the money goes to the general DoD pot, if it doesn't go to Israel, then she should have voted yes on that amendment. If it only goes towards Israel either way, that makes more sense because it's a general defense appropriations bill. It's not like an Israel spending bill specifically. The pool of money would go back to the Pentagon, not towards Israel. Ah, that makes her look bad again. Read the first sentence of the portion NTG struck. It says, of the amounts appropriated in this act, the amendment would have removed the earmark of the funds. No, I understand that. I understand it removes the earmark, but the question is whether the removal of the earmark means the money goes to a general pool that goes to Israel, or whether it goes to a general pool that goes to the Pentagon. But I think it makes more sense that it goes to the Pentagon. Funds that are unallocated in a defense spending bill would just go to the DoD. They wouldn't go to Israel. It's not like the Israel Iron Dome spending is part of like a subcategorized allocation, like a sub fund that goes to Israel if the stuff within it isn't earmarked, and then outside of that is the DoD spending. It's the DoD spending pot altogether. Oh, that makes AOC look bad again. God damn it. I thought I was coming back away. Listen, can we agree that she's at the very least mishandled this pretty spectacularly? I think that's an easy one, at the very least. Poor communication, poor ethics on the Iron Dome business. Yeah, fuck, this makes her look really bad. I'm blackpilled and everything, TBH. Don't. Stop being a pussy. Blackpilling is a way to absolve yourself of the moral responsibility to continue to try and to participate, okay? I just think AOC is bad at playing this political game. Right now, like, especially in this moment, especially on Israel, you have to be, like, aware. If you're a progressive Democratic rep or anyone else in the game, you need to be aware of the fact that, like, the Democrats are your fucking enemy, man. They're the enemy of the people, all right? Not because they're capitalist or liberal, but because the DNC institutions are right now shackling the only fighting chance we have against the Republicans. They are willing to cut out their own. Like, how many years have progressives been browbeaten with vote blue no matter who? Every time we have to clench our teeth and stomach voting for somebody like Hillary fucking Clinton or Joe Biden when there were better men on the goddamn primary ballot. And then what happens when Mamdani wins the New York City mayoral primary? Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer don't endorse. Instead, they hem and haw. Endorsements continue to go to Cuomo. People buck. Now all of a sudden it's okay actually to run as an independent to undercut the winner of the Democratic primary. They're our enemy, the Democratic establishment. Not every Democrat, not every Democratic rep, but the establishment, yeah. And you have to act like that, AOC. Like, what is this? Why is it every single fucking time I hear AOC's name in the news or it's on the feed or whatever, it's either because Republicans are attacking her or the left is attacking her. When does she attack? And don't tell me, I've seen her Insta stories, okay? I see the kind of stuff she posts. She's a good political communicator. But she has the mandate, man. She has a lot of people who like her. She's very, very popular. She could direct that popularity. Why isn't she going after Schumer or Jeffries? What does she think she's getting from continuing to play nice in this environment? We are so far beyond the point where there's any hope of like linking arms between centrist Democrats and left Democrat. That ship has sailed. The fight oligarchy thing was kind of telling on this. It's not just the rich she has to fight. Yeah, also the fight oligarchy tour ended in what? Like, it was a fun little traipse around the United States, and I'm glad that she and Bernie endorsed Mamdani, but like, what's come of this, okay? Right now, okay, AOC can't do anything about Trump. AOC can't do anything about the Republican majority in Congress. But what she can do, more effectively than any other human being on Earth, is start to break the power of the establishment Democrats who have willfully kept us where we are now, who are maliciously, willfully backstabbing their constituencies and maintaining the weakness of the Democratic Party so we don't betray our corporate sponsors. Only she can do that. She has the power. She will never lose an election in her district. She's too popular. She's playing it safe, probably. Why? What is she getting for playing it safe? What is she winning for voting for Iron Dome funding? What is she getting by not going after Schumer or Jeffries? What is she capitulating in favor of? She's not doing House of Cards wheeling and dealing. There's no behind-the-scenes insider shit where she's making trades for power bids. She got shafted when she considered the House Oversight Committee position. They chose her in favor of an ancient guy who died of ass cancer 5 days later. She doesn't have any insider cred because the inside of the DNC is all fucking AIPAC and Corpo money. She will never get in there. It doesn't matter how much she votes to fund the Iron Dome. They don't want her. They never will want her. It's not like she's at risk. What do you think's going to happen? She's going to lose re-election? AOC? Are you fucking kidding me? She could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and win re-election by double-digit margins, okay? I don't know. The DNC muzzled her like walls. The DNC, they can't actually muzzle you. You have free will. You can actually do what you want. Like we will, yeah, she muzzled herself. We will never break free of this if we just assume because the people who's standing in front of us are more powerful and more connected than we are, that we can't do anything. Don't believe them when they tell you that there are limits to what you can do. That's what they said about Mamdani, and then he won. I don't know. And for somebody who's so good at political communication when it comes to talking to normies, you know, the Instagram posts or whatever, It's crazy how bad she is at defending her. Look, I refuse to believe that she just wasn't given a talking to, and she hasn't been a coward about it since. Ever since that 2021 present vote, where she came out clearly like shaken with like teary eyes and voted present rather than no, she literally, like you all remember, right? She voted no, and then she got taken to the fucking back rooms, and then she came out shaken and changed her vote to present. You know? That it was the most obvious, like, you will fall in line or there will be consequences moment. When was this? 2021. And since then, she's only like moved further to the right on that issue. Maybe she's just not that smart. I don't want to play into the dumb AOC stuff, but maybe, yeah. Or maybe her intelligence is very not fragmented. What is it called? Compartmentalized. I think she might not have much smarts for like inside wheeling and dealing. It seems like she's bad at maneuvering. God, that Biden don't drop out thing. She's not that politically savvy when it comes to managing the expectations of like playing the inside game. I want to give some credit here. Like, by the way, I want to give some credit where it's due. It's got to be crazy stressful, man. Being the highest profile left-leaning person in the entire Democratic Congress. Everyone's eyes are on you, and everyone's like, you don't get any inside rule book on how the game is played. You have no idea who knows who, what connections exist, what the rules are. You're just trying your best to get as much of what you want done as possible. And a lot of the people who pretend to be your friend are lying to you. I know it's difficult, but she still has to do better. She still has to do better. I mean, on the Iron Dome stuff specifically, SDL, to go from voting no to present to then saying she would have voted yes if she could. Is she wrong not taking the bait from a Nazi rep whose motion was going to fail anyway? No, I think you have to put your feet in the ground. If it is true that the allocated funds that were earmarked for the Iron Dome would have instead gone to general DoD funding, I think that not voting yes on Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment is inexcusable. If they instead go to a general like Israel fund, which seems less likely now that I've thought about it, then I think that AOC's vote is defensible, but her communication around it has been abysmal. In either case, my criticisms are pretty severe here. It makes it difficult to think of her as like the envoy of the left when this is a generational issue and she keeps hemming and hawing over it, you know? And it is a symbolic vote because symbolism matters. Symbols matter. I can't stand that liberal obsession with like, oh, so it would be like 7 to 400 instead of 6 to 400. Yeah, she's a very popular politician. Do you think you should only like take a stand on causes if it's, you know, if it's like popular? Do you think Bernie should have spent the past 40 years in Congress like not taking his positions time after time because of the because it's not like ridiculous? No, obviously you have to take a stand. You have to normalize the popularity of an issue. Maybe only 1% of people in Congress are brave enough to vote against Iron Dome funding, but many Americans, maybe even most Americans, would, if asked, say, no, America should not continue to pay for Israel's defense while they wage war with every one of their neighbors while they have free fucking healthcare in college, and 1 in 6 American children are, like, fucking food insecure. 1 in 6, 1 in 10, something in that ballpark. Ridiculous. The section MPG was trying to strike was allocation pooled from 2 pools of money appropriated earlier in the bill, so the Israel money would have gone back into those pools. And those pools were general DoD spending. They weren't Israel-specific spending. It wasn't going into appropriated pools of money that go over to the IDF. It was going over to general, like, DoD pools. Correct? Okay, yeah. Pretty indefensible, then. It's on page 92. Whoa there, bucko. My job is hype farm or a moment, okay? Not to read. Your job is to read for me. I'm like a congressman, okay? I get my summaries from the staffers, and then I go out there and aura farm for 5 minutes. It is pretty disappointing. All right, let me send that one over to the editors, and then we'll continue. And title, like, how about just AOC really fucked up here, sadly? Very good, very good. Yeah, Twitchy doggo. I know. AOC canceled? Yeah, that's great. Let me take a piss super quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Any thoughts on BBC-icide? BBC-cide? Surely you mean BBC-icide. You mean that one guy on Twitter who was saying his friend killed himself because of white replacement, and the white replacement in question was like Black New World Order, big black cock, white slave porn? Is that what you're referring to? That was pretty funny. That guy's probably a troll, though. Or like baiting or something. It's too funny to be real. That is like the median Nazi, though. Like, that one story might be fabricated, but the underlying truth it describes, Nazis' obsession with black cock, that is true. It's so fucking warm in here, dude. You don't hate the Democrats enough. An audit being conducted by the DNC, an autopsy on their 2024 performance, is not looking at Joe Biden's decision to run or key decisions by Kamala Harris's team, according to 6 people briefed in the report. Don't worry, folks. They're getting ready to learn all the wrong lessons. A Democratic audit of the 2024 election is said to be focusing less on the Biden-Harris campaign and more on how outside groups supported the effort. Yeah, we're really engaging in self-critique here. We're trying to find out what we did wrong. We're not looking at what we did, though. We're actually looking for outside groups we can blame. I think I can guess some of the groups they're going to blame, too. The audit, which the committee is calling an after-action review, is expected to avoid the questions of whether former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. should have run for re-election in the first place, whether he should have exited the race earlier than he did, and whether former Vice President Kamala Harris was the right choice to replace him. No. Not important questions at all. Let's see. We are not interested in second-guessing campaign tactics or decisions of campaign operatives, said Jane Kleeb. Because the only thing the Democrats prioritize is the careers of the people already in power, you know? The only prerequisite for getting these jobs is that you don't offend anybody. So we're not going to, like, challenge or critique anyone. That's why they got rid of, what's-his-face, the kid? David Hogg. What do you prioritize? Blaming others? The review, which was begun in March and is being led by Paul Rivera. How much are you paying the people to do this review, by the way? Out of curiosity? A veteran Democratic operative is not yet complete and the report is not fully drafted. Mr. Rivera nonetheless has begun briefing people on what the report has found so far, and those briefings suggest the Democratic autopsy will avoid addressing some of the likeliest or leading causes of death. Okay? What are they blaming? Hunter Biden said in a podcast this week, Democrats lost because we did not remain loyal to his father. Yeah, gotcha. People briefed on the report's progress said they had been told it would focus more on outside groups and super PACs that spent hundreds of millions of dollars aiding the Biden and Harris campaigns through advertising, voter registration drives, and turnout efforts. Yeah. The after-action review is expected to place blame with, oh wow, future forward. What an incredible fucking surprise. This is the PAC that earmarked money for Biden's dropout. The party's main super PAC, which spent $560 million to support Mr. Biden and then Ms. Harris, they said the report would argue Future Forward spent far too much propping up Ms. Harris and not nearly enough attacking Mr. Trump. Dead party? Yeah. All they did was attack Trump because there's nothing really to say about Harris. A Future Forward aide who insisted on anonymity to discuss the group's operations said just 13% of its advertising was positive about Ms. Harris, with the rest attacking Mr. Trump. Yeah, what is there positive to say about Kamala Harris? Genuinely, like, what is there to say? I can't wait for the full report to come out, man. The DNC's report is expected to be far different from the so-called autopsy that Republicans produced after the 2012 election of Barack Obama. In March 2013, the Republican National Committee released a 100-page Growth and Opportunity Project report that declared the GOP was in an ideological cul-de-sac and called for moderation on immigration, along with a number of other changes. Interesting, the Republicans were willing to actually criticize both their ideology and their candidates, and Democrats aren't. Just whine and complain about everyone outside the group because you've basically promised everyone inside the group, you will never, ever, ever criticize them or step against them. And then Trump came along. So, whatever. I'm not expecting to win in 2028, I'll tell you that much. This is what I forgot to talk about yesterday. Puerto Rico bans hormone therapy and gender surgery for trans people under 21. We're raising the age. First it was 18, then 19, and now we're up to 21. Soon it'll be 25. I see how it goes. And yeah, and then 30. Puerto Rico's governor has signed a bill that prohibits hormone therapy or gender-affirming operations for trans youth, a move that has drawn sharp criticism from activists in the largely conservative U.S. territory. Yep. Yes, sir. Puerto Rico is conservative? Yeah. Have you ever met a Puerto Rican? Like, in your day-to-day life? Just anyone? Got hurricaned? Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, unfortunately, Puerto Rico is not exactly a hotbed of wealth and educational attainment, and those are the things that tend to correlate to being woke on trans people. So, that is what it is. The law approved late Wednesday applies to those younger than 21 and calls for 15 years in prison for any violators, as well as a $50,000 penalty and the revocation of all licenses and permits of medical staff. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Bad stuff. Yeah, give me the pink news video on TikTok. Oh, that's it? Just music and not no more? Yeah, okay, thank you. That's great. You know, not a lot of media is covering this. Seriously, it's quite difficult to find any coverage of this. The only I'm not kidding. You look it up, by the way, Puerto Rico trans whatever. Tim Pool shows up. Timcast IRL.
Puerto Rico bans
Now this is journalism.
all medical sex changes for people under 21. Minors having not yet reached the necessary emotional, cognitive, and physical maturity.
But Tim Pool's not even here. They got the B team for this news. No one cares about Puerto Rico.
Are particular surgeries as
oh yeah, the light just hasn't been fixed. You're like, really? It's not like that third world, but it's not first world. It's closer to I mean, Puerto Rico's like,
if only there was a number between 1 and 3.
Jamaica or something. Maybe it's a little nicer, but it's like a beach colony. It's not like New York City. It's the opposite of that, in my opinion. So if you're going to Puerto Rico to get surgery, that's not that's a losing proposition, I would say.
For transitioning. So Europe's kind of on the consensus of around 18. So they're going a little hard with 21 in Puerto Rico. But
21's interesting. Morally, I understand it, but legally, it makes no sense.
I think 21 is fine. Honestly, I mean, we should be doing everything we can as a society to disincentivize and discourage like transitioning, because I think that well, first of all, because you cannot become a woman if you're a man.
Well, be careful. On YouTube, you can become whatever you want. But I want to say this, though.
That's true. Woke. Minors, having not yet reached the necessary emotional, cognitive, and physical maturity, are particularly vulnerable to making decisions that can have irreversible consequences. What about the non-minors? What about 19, 20, and 21-year-old? What you're missing a few years there. 21-year-old minor. Yeah, there's barely any coverage of this, which is crazy. I mean, it's an entire, basically a state, you know. We don't really treat Puerto Rico as a state. I mean, it's not a state, of course, but you know what I mean. How many people are there? Population of Puerto Rico. Yeah, 3.2 million. It's been going down for a while, though. Largely, I imagine, due to natural disasters and the fact that it sucks there. Because we treat it like a backwater and they have no meaningful political power. Quite a few people, fewer than Costa Rica. Come on, white man, mock them for getting hit with hurricanes. Well, maybe I will if they're going to do bullshit like this. Maybe God wouldn't punish them with hurricanes and flooding and grid failures and so on if they were more transpositive. Huh? Come on. Funny thing is, I think Puerto Rico recently also legally allowed the X gender marker on your personal identification. That happened pretty recently, so they're kind of going back and forth in the wokeness. Yeah, the Elon gender. You know how it be. You know. Kilomath 20, dial it down. Dial it down. Before we do Mehdi Hassan. You hear about the redistricting business? We're gerrymander maxing, or at least the Republicans are probably going to. Republicans in Texas are planning to redraw the state's congressional maps this coming week and devise 5 new winnable seats for the GOP that would help the party avoid losing House control in the 2026 elections. See, most people predict that Republicans are going to get their ass handed to them in the midterms, at least in the House, if not the Senate. So the strategy that the Republicans have come up with is if we aggressively gerrymander in high population states where there are still swing districts, we can ensure we pick up 5, 6, 10 even House seats basically for free. We just have to, you know, cheat. You know, America is very unique in that we allow political parties to draw district lines. That's fucking wild. Yeah, usually it's done by an independent committee. And as usual, Democrats unilaterally disarm. Actually, in this, thank you, Coconut Gang. In this instance, there is a little bit of pushback. Gavin Newsom has threatened in retaliation to redistrict the ever-loving shit out of California, which would allow Democrats to pick up quite a few seats as well. Now, will he actually do it? Well, I'm used to being disappointed by these people. Trump said He's going to steal 5 congressional seats in Texas and gerrymander his way into a 2026 win. Well, 2 can play that game. Special sessions, special elections, ballot initiatives, new laws. It's all on the table when democracy is on the line.
I think there should be a national framework for independent redistricting, period, full stop. I mean, gerrymandering, and let's be fair, we've seen this weaponized by both parties for decades, but these guys, this is a whole nother level of weaponization coming from the right. And what Trump did today is the ultimate tell. They feel they're on the ropes. They feel they're behind. They feel they're vulnerable with the big, beautiful bill. They feel like the momentum is shifting away from them, and it's Speaker Jeffries, it's not Speaker Johnson. So on that basis, they got to rig the game.
Oh, wow. Terrifying. Speaker Jeffries.
Got to change the game because you can't win by the existing rules. So he goes in and talks to these guys that should be focused on flood preparedness, should be focused on restoring NOAA and the weather investments that they need to make and the resiliency efforts, to talk about getting FEMA back on track and how little accountability with Kristi Noem and some of those early decisions that were made or not made. Instead, they're using that special session to weaponize for the next election. And that should scare the hell out of everybody, because these guys are playing by a different set of rules. And so from my perspective, if we're going to play fair in a world that is wholly unfair, we may have the higher moral ground, but the ground is...
You don't. It's actually immoral to condemn the world to GOP governance because you're too much of a pussy to accept the moral culpability of playing the game you need to play in order to win. That doesn't mean you not higher moral ground. That's just being a coward.
Shifting from underneath us. And I think we have to wake up to that reality. And I'm talking to members of my legislature, whatever our alternatives. We can do a special session. I can call for one today if I chose to. We can then put something on the ballot, and I could call a special election. We can change the Constitution with the consent of the voters. And I think we would win that. I think people understand what's at stake in California.
Or trans people.
I think would come out in record numbers. I think it would be extraordinary success. That's a clean way of doing it. Be a very short window, because you got to come back with the maps and you got to change all this and prepare for the ballots that are around the corner next year. Or you can look at other avenues. Which
now, right now, we're still in the talking about this phase, but this shit needs to be happening yesterday, okay? Like this, like I don't want to see talk, I want to see action. You know, I want to see this actually happening.
We are exploring, which are pathways with the legislature.
This is actually one of the few weapons that Democrats have that they really should use but haven't pulled the trigger on. See, in red states, pretty much all of their districts, except for maybe like one city, are red, you know? They're small population states with only a few House seats, but they tend to be pretty uniformly red, with the exception maybe of a major population center, as a consequence of the homogeneity of the state. Whereas blue states, which tend to be a lot larger, obviously sans Texas and Florida, you have lots and lots of seats, lots of purple districts. You have the opportunity to engage in some real fuckery here, whereas many red states can't. Like, how do you gerrymander your way out of what? Maybe you get 5 seats instead of 4? In California, in New York, real work can be done here.
Do urgency clauses with 2/3 of the legislature in both of our houses to move forward with legislative redistricting in between the constitutional construct, which is every census, the Independent Redistricting Commission does a new map, but it's silent about what happens in between. So it's a novel legal question, and it's being...
Who cares if it's legal? Just do it. When the fuck has that ever stopped them? Just do it. Thankfully, it's not just Newsom. As Trump pushes Texas takeover and fight for House, Democrats plot their counterpunch. I think a counter is a counterpunch. Counter. House Democrats actively preparing for political trench warfare. Hakeem Jeffries and his political team have begun privately shaping a legally risky and likely expensive strategy to redraw House maps in several Democratic-controlled states, according to Democrats briefed in the effort. They're exploring their plans in California, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, and Washington in the hopes of flipping at least a handful of Republican seats next November. Could be huge. Could be huge. Could be massive. Should we do it with Washington? We should do it with every single state we can do it in. How many times does Trump have to wipe his ass with the Constitution before people realize the kinds of stakes we're fighting for here? He's dismantling the fucking government. We're not going to have a government left at this rate. Yeah, suppress their votes. They're going to have ICE showing up at every goddamn polling booth in the Deep South, checking for illegals, making sure the Browns can't vote. I don't fucking care if we do the same. Couldn't be ICE, of course. But you could find ways. Don't worry, Vosh. According to AP News, the Dems are contemplating a walkout. Walkout on what? Beto O'Rourke supports Newsom's ideas. I just want to see them do it, okay? Oh, here we go. Governor Greg Abbott called a special session of the legislature, which starts Monday, to comply with Trump's request to draw the congressional maps and to address the flooding in Texas Hill Country. The Democratic state law. Oh, this is the state lawmakers. Oh, no, that's fine. What else are they going to do? It's not like Democratic state reps in Texas are going to be able to do much otherwise. The walkout, we're talking national here. No. Irrelevant. I want to see the entire goddamn country gerrymandered. I want one Republican House member and everyone just picks on him. Gives him swirlies. And when asked about the push to redraw New Jersey's boundaries, Jeffries said it is, quote, incumbent upon all of us to take a close look at how do we ensure the congressional map writ large is as fair as possible in advance of the midterm election. This would be incredibly based and red-pilled of Hakeem Jeffries if we assume he's lying here. And when he says as fair as possible, what he means is wink, wink, nudge, nudge, as Democrat as possible. And unfortunately, I just don't think he has that kind of aura. Another name, I appreciate the money you've been throwing my way. It's not really going to have an effect on me talking about Hasan and Jubilee. You know, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Normally people save it for when the actual segment's happening. Like maybe you're like chronologically desynchronized a little bit, like you're a bit in the future, so you're reacting to it happening live to you. Interesting stuff. Man. The Democratic leader and his members have also been in close contact with the California governor, who says he is moving ahead with an expedited push to redraw his state's congressional maps before next November, according to two people involved with the discussions. Behind the scenes, the focus has been on how California can overcome its own law that hands over map drawing power to a nonpartisan redistricting committee. Pussies. It's a hurdle Democrats face in some blue states across the country. Governors and legislators have awarded power to independent commissions to limit partisan gerrymandering. I hate Democrats so much. Dude. In red states, the Republican legislator maintains control over districting. And in the blue states, they're like, no. We're going to play nice. There's no federal law saying we need to do this. We're going to choose to cede that power to an independent committee. Oh, my God. Might be worth seeing this, I don't know. I already have it in the tabs, but also describe your goddamn links. in fairness, a lot of it was by ballot initiative, then they should have run against it.
Thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate it. So the Texas legislature, run by Republicans, their special session begins tomorrow. Democrats say they're going to use whatever means necessary they can to block this redistricting effort. But Democrats are in the minority, as you know. Realistically, what are the Democratic options to block this?
First, just in case folks don't know what redistricting is, that's the process by which members of Congress choose their own voters. Typically that happens after the passage of the decade, the new census. It is very rare to happen in the middle of the decade. Why are they doing this? Donald Trump's policies, whether it's the big beautiful bill that's going to take nearly 2 million Texans off of Medicaid or transfer nearly $1 trillion of wealth to the richest 1% at the expense of working families. His policies are deeply unpopular. He doesn't want to face accountability from the voters, and he's worried about keeping his very slim majority in Congress. So he's trying to pick up 5 seats through this redistricting.
In California, it was a ballot proposition from the voters that handed the power over. It was opposed by major Dems, and the push to pass it was bankrolled by billionaires. No kidding. Okay. Yeah, Governor Schwarzenegger's California Dream Team, 2.4 million. Charles Munger Jr., son of billionaire Charles Munger, 1 million. Michael Bloomberg, Howard Lester of Williams-Sonoma. Yeah, no kidding. Fantastic stuff.
Process in Texas. Now, to your question about how we fight back, there are a number of things that we can do. One, the Democratic state legislators can deny their Republican colleagues a quorum to be able to move forward on this.
We've seen this before with legislators leaving the state and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. And I think they at least have to try this. And all of us, wherever you live, have to get behind them, because if we fail to support them right now, it's not just going to hurt the people of Texas, it's going to hurt people all over this country. But there's more that we can do. Governor Gavin Newsom in California has talked about a redistricting in his state. I think it's time that we match fire with fire. I think Democrats in the past too often have been more concerned with being right than being in power. And we've seen
so you support based rhetoric, but being in power is right. Again, like the moral high ground framing is incorrect, because it implies that there's any moral rightness in allowing, through your own weakness and abstemiousness, the opposition to win. You know, like when your enemy is evil, winning is right.
You only care about being in power regardless of what is right.
So you support the Newsom effort because California right now has an independent commission that does districts in as fair a way as possible, in nonpartisan way as possible. And you're saying Democrats should, even though you don't approve of it, Democrats should do it too.
We have to get serious. We have to be absolutely ruthless about getting back in power. So yes, in California, in Illinois, in New York, wherever we have the trifecta of power, we have to use that to its absolute extent. And then the last thing, this may end up biting Republicans in the ass. You have the possibility that they will disperse Republican voters to make up these 3 or 4 or 5 new congressional districts and put those districts in play. So in Texas, we've got to get out there and register and meet the voters who are going to decide the outcomes in these next elections if they're successful with this redistricting. Our group, Powered by People, is doing this right now on the ground. We can't wait for 2026. We got to do the work right now in 2025.
So House Democrats are exploring.
Look, I agree with everything that he's saying here. Maybe this is a rare opportunity where Democrats have the ability to orofarm a bit on the subject they feel more comfortable with. They're not good at rhetoric. They're not good at fighting fascism. Maybe this is like a place for them to shine, because this is more like fiddly bureaucracy bullshit. It's a legal challenge across several states to allow for like the quick implementation of new redistricting maps, right? It's a little, it's very important, you know. Maybe this is their ball game.
This in other blue states, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, Washington. It's already done quite a bit in Illinois. And there's some examples of it, of Democrats taking advantage of it.
He's correct on that point. Texas is already so gerrymandered that the remaining Dem seats are super highly concentrated. Yeah, no, the what did they call it in that article? Dummy mandering? Like, Texas, in terms of the presidential vote, goes what? Like, maybe 5 points difference? But their House seats skew wildly to the right because they're so aggressively gerrymandered. An attempt to further gerrymander Texas might risk splitting Republican votes too thin, and Democrats could pick up more seats. There is, after all, a limit to how much you can gerrymander. After all, if there are enough Democrats in a state, you can split them as much across the districts as you want. Like, eventually you run the risk of like every single seat being purple. Eventually you run into the possibility of like maybe right now you have 4 safe Republicans and 2 safe Democrats. But if you try to gerrymander it further, you might end up having like 2 safe Republicans and, I don't know, 4 like purple seats that could go either way, that Democrats could potentially win 3 or more of. You break the whole thing. Remember when folks were talking about Blexus, man, at times have changed? No, you don't get it, man. Texas still is not very Republican. Florida is more Republican than Texas. Texas is, in terms of the demographics of its voter base, is not that far right, not even close compared to a bunch of states in the union. They have gerrymandered very aggressively, so their state legislature, as well as their congressional apportionment, is very, very conservative. But the actual voters there, not that conservative.
Nevada. But you were in North Carolina this week and you told voters there that they need to end the process of gerrymandering. Doesn't it sound like, it sounds like you're saying that they should end the process in a Republican state or a Republican leaning state, but do it in a Democratic state? I mean, should there be like a consistent point of view here?
It's confusing, isn't it? You heard Democrats in 2024 often talk.
Also, fuck you, Jake Tapper, you fucking Weasley, slimy, holds information until you can get a book deal piece of shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Literally, like, you know, you've condemned the Holocaust because you don't like the killing civilians. However, it does seem like you're okay with an Allied incursion into Germany. Don't you see the hypocrisy? Fuck you.
About saving democracy. People in America didn't understand what they were talking about because we really don't live in a democracy right now. When one person can spend nearly $300 million to elect their preferred candidate for president, that is not a democracy. When members of Congress can choose their own voters, that is not a democracy. When Texas makes it nearly impossible for millions to cast a ballot, that is not a democracy. So the first order of business is winning political power. And then, yes, Jake, we've got to get big money out of politics. We've got to get politicians out of the process of redistricting. We have to pass a John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And we've got to make sure that we overturn decisions like Citizens United that equate corporations with people and money with speech. That will produce a real.
But if the state is, say, 55R to 45D, hypothetically, you can draw all districts to be 55-45, so all 38 seats go Republican, only with perfect knowledge and only if all voters stay the same and nobody moves, changes their mind, and nobody can have their position swayed, and no independents or non-voters can be mobilized. In practice, it just doesn't work. Also, keep in mind that when you redistrict, what does that mean? That means that many people will now be voting for a new set of candidates. So Republicans who have been able to coast by on incumbency no longer can. Like, maybe John Kidfucker, Republican congressman for 20 years, has been able to coast by on incumbency in, like, you know, Texas 8, but if the redistricting happens and now he's in Texas 11 representing like 80% new people, now his incumbency is up in the air. See, there's a real like risk to gerrymandering when you're already gerrymandered. You might end up breaking a fragile system.
Democracy. But until we are there, we have to use every lever of power that we have right now to our advantage to make sure that we're in office, because no one wants members of Congress choosing their own voters, but we have no ability to change that until we start winning some elections.
You say it sounds confusing, but others might say it's hypocritical that you're saying.
Jake, I can't even say how I feel about Jake on YouTube, the platform. On YouTube, the platform, I have nothing but respect for Jake. Jake Tapper, Jacob, the Tapster. I really hate you.
Saying this is a horrible thing, and it's members of Congress choosing their voters instead of the other way around, and now Democrats need to embrace it.
You know, I think that Democrats have been so scared of being branded as hypocrites or coloring outside of the lines that it has absolutely paralyzed them in this struggle for power in America. You don't see the other side worrying about any of that at all. Donald Trump defying the Constitution, the rule of law, the courts, trying to dismantle our very democracy in front of our eyes right now where we sit. We have got to fight back. We cannot roll over. We cannot play dead. We cannot submit to them as Democrats for far too long have done. We've got to fight back with everything that we've got by every single means necessary. If we don't do that, Jake, we are going to lose this country, and the people that we serve, that we represent, that we want to fight for, they're going to be hurt even more than they are right now.
Very quickly, if you would, there's obviously a Senate race coming up in Texas. John Cornyn, the incumbent Republican senator, facing a challenge inside his own party from Paxson, the controversial Attorney General. And Democrats obviously are going to be running as a candidate as well. I know. I
don't think Paxton's going to win that. He doesn't have the temperament. He's too hot. He's too controversial.
You have been in a conference call with other potential Democratic candidates. Are you going to run for that seat?
I don't know. Right now I'm holding these town halls all over the state of Texas, across the country, to listen to people, to bring them together, and to channel our anger into action, registering people to vote, organizing with voters right now. But I'm very optimistic about Democrats' opportunity in 2026. In Trump's last midterm in 2018, when I was running against Ted Cruz, not only did we come close—
Paxton's doing well in the primary. Well, maybe I'm a fucking idiot then.
Close to defeating the sitting senator, but 12 insurgent Democrats defeated 12 incumbent Republicans in the state house. Colin Allred, Lizzie Panel Fletcher defeated entrenched, well-funded Republicans. You had 17 black women win judicial positions in Harris County and Houston, Texas. It was transformational for the state of Texas. There will be a price for this extremism from Donald Trump, from the people that he's hurting across the country right now. And I think we'll see that.
Look, all I have to say is this, okay? I am willing to give credit where credit is due. The left, the progressive left, has been very good rhetorically on some issues, on shifting people to the left and trying to move people over. I think they should keep doing it. I think they should do it more. If there's anything the Democrats have been good at that the left hasn't been good at, it's engagement with fiddly legal bullshit, because they have the money and they have the wonkery. It is very much their field. So you know what? If they are able to pull this one off and bring about the mandate of heaven and secure 10 more Democratic congressional seats across the country by gerrymandering the ever-living fuck out of California, Washington State, New York, whatever else, if they do that, then I'll give them credit. But I need to see them do that. I need to see them do that. I need to see them do that. I need to see it happen. Close all these excess tabs. Paxton dominating poll. Yeah, I saw. Have you talked about Minneapolis? You know, you people need to talk about what's going on now and less talk about what's not going on now. Everyone today. AOC, HASAN, JUBILEE, you know, holy shit. Watch the goddamn content. Sorry, I'm from Minnesota and I'm excited. Anything to annoy the people waiting for the JUBILEE segment. Hold on. Huge news. Like, actually huge news. I'm not being facetious. The Minneapolis DFL has endorsed Omar Fateh for mayor of Minneapolis. That's right, the socialist We just took a brief look at him the other day. We didn't talk much, really, because, to be honest, it wasn't a race that I've been following as closely. Not only has he won the primary for the mayorship of Minneapolis, but he's received the endorsement.
Fateh for mayor of Minneapolis. In order to win an endorsement, candidates must receive 60% of the votes. On a post of the social media platform X, Fateh says he is incredibly honored to be the candidate endorsed by the Minneapolis DFL for Minneapolis mayor.
We got more substantive coverage, if I may.
Welcome back. Lots of political fallout this weekend, all sorts of ripple effects. The Minnesota Democratic Convention endorses a mayoral candidate who is not the current mayor of Minneapolis. And the calls for Senator Nicole Mitchell to resign are growing louder following her guilty verdicts. Here to discuss it all, Fox 9 political analyst Blois Olson. Blois, happy Sunday to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, Leah.
So let's start with this Minneapolis mayor candidate at the convention last night. Senator Omar Fateh was endorsed, not Mayor Jacob Frey, who's been mayor since 2018. Fateh is the first Somali American to serve in the Senate, who is Muslim. He was first elected back in 2021, so they both have a couple of terms under their belts. Are you surprised by this?
I'm not surprised by the endorsement. The endorsing conventions usually endorse the more liberal or more conservative candidate, especially in Minneapolis. I think the more interesting thing is you're going to start to see parallels between Fateh's endorsement and the winning in New York of the Democratic Socialist candidate there.
Maybe.
Fateh is a Democratic Socialist. This is a more liberal wing of the party. Mayor Frey is not popular with the more progressive parts of the Minneapolis DFL. They do not appreciate his stances on public safety. There's been a pretty strong discord between he and the Democratic Socialist members of the city council. So I think that's what you're seeing here with Fateh. But let's remember, this is, a couple hundred people who spent 9+ hours in a convention on a beautiful Saturday. This does, and I would expect official.
I kind of expected this coverage would include a little bit more speaking from Omar himself. If we could kindly get to that.
Is 9:04 new this vote. This endorsement is a message convention last night at the Target Center, including current mayor vote to clinch that. Mayor
no, we don't believe in that. We don't believe in actually providing. All these are from Fox 9 Minneapolis. Is there a reason why you're not including like any speaking from him? Not letting black men speak. SMH. Yeah, hold on. Well, it's literally all Fox 9 on the recommendeds, by the way. If you look at news, Omar Fateh, like it's all Fox 9 coverage. Here, hold on. Give me Newsmax. Give me something that's not Fox 9.
Increasing the minimum wage to $20 by 2028 and passing rent stabilization to stop price gouging and incentivizing new construction, we can protect workers. Protecting all of our communities from Donald Trump means not letting MPD interact with ICE, whether it's for an immigration raid or not. Our residents deserve a mayor that will stand up to Donald Trump and say, no, not in our community.
Yeah, they always talk about Donald Trump as their political platform. Right. That's the Democrats' way. And it appears Minneapolis may be getting a Mamdani.
As opposed to Republican local candidates who definitely don't talk about Donald Trump all day, every day.
Of their own. Minnesota State Senator Omar Fateh is running for Minneapolis mayor, and he has recently drawn comparisons to New York City's mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani.
Now, both share similar progressive campaign platforms, including policies to stabilize rent, defund the police, as well as end any and all cooperation with ICE. Wonder what Tom Homan's going to think about that. So, for more on this, let's welcome in Minneapolis Republican Party Chair Diane Naper. Good morning. So, look, I know Minnesota, very Democrat. Only state in the nation not to vote for Reagan in 1984. But Donald Trump has cut the Democrats' lead largely in half since 2012. Do you think Minneapolis possibly electing a mini Mamdani, even by their standards a left-wing radical, would help accelerate the shift to common sense?
I'm hoping that that's the case. We've got lots of problems here in Minneapolis, and socialism is certainly not going to solve any of them. It will kill our city. The economic impact that it will have driving out business, which, if you want people to have jobs, they need the businesses there to provide those jobs.
Wow.
Raising the minimum wage, we've seen how that's what the effect was in California that drove businesses out of there.
We have not seen that. That didn't happen. It didn't happen.
You know, these people talk about wanting to support.
What do you mean, these people?
Small businesses, but small businesses can't survive with over-regulation, over-taxation, et cetera.
Well, State Senator Fateh says he wants to push back against Donald Trump and labels federal immigration and education policies as cruel. Chairwoman, how does this square with the possibility of a mayor to cooperate with federal law enforcement?
You know, they want to make this about Trump, but really this is about Minneapolis, and it's about what people in Minneapolis can do to help themselves, the economic opportunities that a mayor can provide by lowering taxes. We've got a lot of Democratic socialists on our city council currently, and their policies are already destroying the city.
It's crazy that the like lower taxes mantra, you know, the like cult gospel that they insist on, it extends all the way down to local leadership. You know, as if like 99% of the taxes they could pay aren't to the federal government. We're not even talking state level. We're talking like municipal taxes here, you know, whatever amount you're paying there. And they're still like, no. The one thing you should be concerned about is like tax breaks or something as the mayor. Absolutely ridiculous. Really, though, the coverage of his support and of his victory is really right-leaning. I think a lot of this is probably because he's like a black guy who's got kind of piercing eyes a little bit. You know, I think that sort of scares some people. You look up on YouTube, Omar Fateh, right? Up here, just his name, right? What do you see? Fox 9, Fox Business, Fox 9, KSTP5, okay, sure, and Wedge Live, whatever that means. Fox 9, Newsmax, Matt Walsh, Compound Media. Who are they? Don't know. What is the title? Omar Fateh blames whites for crime in Minnesota. Wow. Matt Walsh, Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. says Minneapolis's mayor destroyed the city. Omar Fateh is coming to finish it off. Hashtag Minneapolis. Hashtag Jacob Fry. Sky News Australia. Somalian Muslim Omar Fateh blasted for saying he will Trump-proof Minneapolis as he runs for mayor. I did see that on Twitter. I said somebody took a screenshot of him and they said, this is the problem with America. We need to stop letting foreign nationals run in our elections. This guy was born in America. Oh, here we go. I'm the captain now. New mayoral candidate Omar Fateh. Get it? Because he's like the black guy from the movie. Get it? I'm the mayor now. You get it? Maybe it goes over your head. You know, it's too cerebral for you. Red Dawn in Minneapolis. Omar Fateh's socialist takeover follows disturbing NY playbook. One nation under socialism. See, and Minneapolis is on fire. Somalians shouldn't run for office in U.S. Hate floods in as Omar Fateh runs for Minneapolis mayor. Well, this is just a description of what people are saying about him, you know. And then, oh, wow, look at that. State Senator Omar Fateh announces run for Minneapolis mayor's office from 7 months ago with just 2,900 views. Who the fuck even are these channels? Great question. Why is nobody paying attention to this? Now, oh, look at me pointing the finger outwards so that it's not being pointed towards me. Why do I talk about Mamdani and not Omar? Well, I think it's because we've all fallen victim to the same algorithmic bias, you know? We like our heroes and we like our narratives, but what we need to remember is that this is a nationwide fight, right? I mean, we have to be... that's the problem with playing these games, you know? You can't just participate when the ball's already teed up for you and you've got a clear shot and everything's just really fun. You have to be involved across the board. You know, you have to celebrate every victory. The Republicans do this. The Republicans, every single little win they get. So what you're saying is it's time to phone bank for Omar? Well, my understanding is that his victory is basically guaranteed. By winning the endorsement of the city's Democratic Party, it pretty much guarantees. I mean, a Republican's not going to win in Minneapolis. Apparently, the incumbent got his supporters to essentially boycott the convention after it was clear they were losing. Team Frey here. All delegates and alternates, please leave. It's clear that this convention is over and not representative. What a bitch. What a fucking pussy, dude. Yeah, leave. Sorry, I'm the incumbent. I'm not getting back in. Goodbye. Good night, y'all. Anyway, if we don't talk about Omar, the right will. The right always will, you know? And if before you know it, all the coverage of Omar is going to come from far-right neo-Nazi channels. You know, you have to be an active participant. You have to fill the space. It's not enough for the victory of a Minneapolis mayoral candidate, a socialist, right, to be like a local Minneapolis victory, right? It has to be a national victory. The incumbent mayor is a centrist monster, by the way. Well, that's probably why Omar was able to get the endorsement. Join DSA. Yeah, if you want to keep appraised of what's going on locally, it would probably behoove you to join DSA or at least look it up. I bet a lot of you aren't even aware of the fact that there are local primaries going on right now in your district. You know, what's going on? What's going on in your city, in your district? Are you paying attention? There's a good candidate coming up in the Seattle mayor primary, you know? A socialist lady. Why am I Katie something? I'm blanking on her name. Katie. What's her name? Katie Wilson. Maybe I'll take a closer look at that, huh? There's nothing happening locally where I live. Well, stop complaining about it. Move to a city where something's happening, okay? Jesus. Congratulations to Omar. Gonna have to deal with a lot of shit. Depends on which DSA, Horizon. You gotta go in there and make yourself known. Grok, how radical are the policies proposed by this candidate? Yeah, there's always something going on locally, I promise you. There's always a way to get involved. Oh yeah, there's your comment section on X the Everything app. We need to send all the Somalis home. You look like a racist caricature of a Somali pirate. Mayor of Mogadishu, nice step up, little bro. Minneapolis is toast. You missed one, Stephen Miller. Somalians have that distinct look because of generations and generations of inbreeding, similar to the Habsburg jaw effect. Look at me, I'm the candidate now. Ah, you guys get it? I'm just saying, if you don't pay attention to this stuff, trust me, they will. Racism is a more powerful animating force to them than your, you know, milquetoast, half-hearted, fair-weather support of whatever candidate you can bother to, you know, show up for this week. You need to be active. They don't need Demso candidate running for mayor to be racist, though. Yeah, but you don't want that to be the only voice in the crowd. Definitely do not want that. How do you bear living in a country with people like that? Oblivious Penguin, you also do. You condescending motherfucker. That's more dangerous, by the way. This condescending, patronizing belief that what country do you live in? No, I want to hear it. Oblivious penguin, I want to hear it. What country do you live in? They could be European. Yeah, European. You know, a continent known for a lack of ethnic conflicts and a total unwavering support for immigration. Yeah. The UK? Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. Didn't you have a fucking pogrom? Weren't there people trying to burn like refugees to death in a fucking hotel in the north recently? I don't want to hear it. We're all standing together. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah. Whew. That shit felt good. Heard that, felt that. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree, Bob. You bring us the cat? I don't know where the fuck they are. Can't go chasing them down. What, go run and get the cat so 500 viewers with ADHD can leave the stream? No, I don't think so. Did you try to clicker train them? Why the fuck would I try to clicker train a cat? All right. You people are going to be super disappointed by my response to this, because I know a lot of you degenerate, you know, aimless little content seekers want me to go over 2 hours of retarded nonsense, and I'm not going to. If anything, this serves to prove everything I've been saying for the past few years. People, you gotta stop going on Jubilee, okay? Jubilee is a clout-hungry right-wing psyop that lies to left-leaning guests to get them to farm content with a backbench of right-leaners that they keep on board, because they know there's literally no end to fame-chasing, degenerate Nazis who will say anything in front of a camera if it gets them like a tiny little bit of clout. Okay, there's absolutely no. So a very respectable person, a person who I respect very much, Mehdi-Hasan, went on Jubilee debating 20 far right conservatives on Jubilee Surrounded, and predictably they're all insane Nazis who say shit that can't be defended, but it doesn't matter if they can't defend it because it's 1v20, so everyone just gets 5 seconds up there and they're all there to say the most audacious thing possible. You know, just play the clip.
I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
so they
I want to make the claim that we cannot
I came here as an immigrant, I'm an immigrant.
But at this point, when they came, the United States
people aren't happy with the way this is going. First, 4th, 5th, 14th, 22nd amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
So, this is the framing as cut together by Zeteo, which is Mehdi-Hasan's organization. See? You can see these little clips where it seems that Mehdi-Hasan is outperforming them, which of course he is, obviously. It's Mehdi-Hasan. Here's just a cut from it.
Wow. 100%. Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I don't care.
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that.
I don't care. I'm red-pilled. I'm red-pilled, dude. I'm griped up. I don't care at all.
I didn't say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and stuff like that, which is bad.
We may have to rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey.
That's what Hasan was pitched, by the way, coming in. I'm pretty sure that the email he got from Jubilee said, do you want to debate 20 far-right Republicans? A lot of these people are just open neo-Nazi freaks. I mean...
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s. So
you don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Immigrants, overall, are good for America. Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. I'm Mehdi Hasan.
These topics are like so far above the discussion level of the group. He should have never been fired. Well, he was fired for being like an actual good person and a good journalist. He actually says as much here with regards to being misled. Jubilee invited a bunch of Nazis and Mehdi Hasan went, yeah, sure, I'm going to go debate them. And Mehdi Hasan responded, to be fair to me, that's not how the debate was sold to me. You can see my shock when they start expressing their views openly. This is why, and to be fair, Jubilee is basically just doing a more well-funded, well-organized version of what I've been complaining about for a while now, which is that there's no point in debate when one side is openly anti-intellectual. Like, didn't we already learn this lesson when people were debating between evolution and creationism? That the debates were all like carefully orchestrated showboating by the creationists whose job it was to sow doubt and paint, you know, a picture describing both sides of the debate. There shouldn't be a debate because it's not a subject worthy of debate. But nowadays, like, the debate culture has gone so far. There are people online like going around openly debating people with positions like, well, they're pro-rape. Like you'll argue with guy. Who was that? Was it Amos Lee, that guy who was like arguing pro-pedophilia? People will debate anything, and the more audacious the debate, the more audacious the claims, the more clout you get, because there's no consequence to shame or to being wrong. So what the fuck is the point? Look, I got sympathy to Mehdi Hasan. He's had some phenomenal debates, but usually, and I think you'll agree with me here, the debates that Mehdi Hasan has had that have been good have been debates against public figures, intellectuals, politicians, people who have some shred of credibility, people who can be humiliated if they are shown to be very, very wrong. Like, these are people who have scraps of public credibility. Even Republican politicians, as audaciously, obviously incorrect as they are all the time, there are still things they can't say. There are consequences if they trip up. It's possible to humiliate them because they have clout, and people with clout have supporters. People with supporters, those supporters often have expectations of them. And if you can have them defy those expectations, you can cause their supporters to be disappointed in them. It's not possible to do that if you're just shadowboxing with a bunch of retarded neo-Nazis. Christ, Jubilee is so shameless about this. Remember when Sam Cedar went on? And then there was that one like wispy little gay twink who was talking to him, and it turns out that twink works with Jubilee. They're one of Jubilee's procurement guys. Like, if they don't have enough right-wing dipshits. Oh, he's in this one too? Is that true? He's also in this one? That's fantastic. That's wonderful. You catch him in the what the fuck? Okay. Can we not go like a pan away, like a group shot? I don't know. Somewhere here. Anyway, if they can't find enough right-wing dipshits to fill the seats, they just pull some of their own. The whole thing's a psyop. The weird thing is that Jubilee's fan base isn't even that right-wing. For the most part, whenever I look at their YouTube comment section, it's people laughing at the audacity of the right-leaning guests they bring on. But it still serves to legitimize them, you know? It still serves to give them a platform, undue credibility just by virtue of getting to talk to somebody like Mehdi Hasan. Jubilee literally makes professional rage bait. Yes, they do. And frankly, I just don't like the idea of engaging with professional rage bait constructed by and for Nazis. They pull their own people to be on the far right side of things, you know? God, remember that one time Jordan Peterson came on and he got dog walked by that one kid who said, "Are we not here to debate Christianity? What's the title of this video?" And the video was originally Jordan Peterson versus 20 liberal kids debating Christianity, but they changed the title of the video to protect Jordan Peterson afterwards. They'll go out of their way to shelter and protect and coddle the right-leaning people on the show, but with the left-leaning people, they'll just lie to them, you know, like Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan has 10 times, 20, 1,000 times more credibility than Jordan Peterson, but they'll throw him under the bus. They'll lie to Mehdi Hasan, not far-right Republicans, just a bunch of, like, internet grapers, you know? Nobodies, worthless people. I can't blame you. I'm definitely watching this on my own. I just want to see Mehdi tear some guys to pieces. You don't get to see that. That's the problem. It's the expectation of that. That's the reason why so many people still say, oh, well, you should debate this or that. You can't. There's no way in a debate to tear somebody to pieces when their role is to sit there for at most 60 seconds and say, yeah, I'm a Nazi. Yeah, Hail Hitler. Yeah, you should be like deported or like whatever, put in a chamber or something. Yeah, I'm based. I'm graped up. I'm red pilled. Yeah. And then they leave. Meanwhile, Mehdi Hasan just goes, can you prove that? And they can't. They don't even engage with it. That's not satisfying. Absolutely worthless. I think part of the appeal at this point is the shock factor. I think you have to be pretty politically disengaged to be shocked by people being openly Nazi these days. It's like pretty common and all over the place. It's not really shocking to me. It's more like, yeah, that's what that is. Like you just pointed it and you're like, yeah, that's what they're like. That's what that is. That's how they talk, and they don't care. They're not going to engage. They don't believe in anything. They're literally just there to like build up their own fucking YouTube careers. Which they all have, by the way. If you think they're just getting like normal far-right people, like they're doing random sampling or whatever, you're delusional. That's what they do for the liberals. They get random people. They do broader calls. For the conservatives, they have the backbench of wannabe influencers they bring up there. People who are not so large that they can, like, I don't know, demand pay or whatever, but small enough that they could have their careers boosted. Here's that guy on Twitter. Yeah, there you go. What a surprise. The guy who laughed and said, yeah, I am a fascist, has a blue check Twitter account. Fuels Guy 2003. Very good. I'm sure this got him some, I don't know, a couple dollars off YouTube blue check. You're feeding into a bad system, man. Wait, do you think Hasan fucked up here? Nah, he was lied to. I think that these like platforms are fundamentally worthless. I like the debates that Hasan does typically, you know, because typically he does one-on-ones, sit-downs with people of some import, you know, and he tears them the fuck apart. He does a phenomenal job with those. I think this is low IQ rage bait for people who are desperate for catharsis and they're looking for, oh no, he didn't moments where somebody gets like a dig in on another. But I just think it's low IQ. There's no real catharsis to be had. There's no real satisfaction. It's just it's rage slop for proles. I don't believe in it. Do you think Jubilee always had this intention? I think that they want money, and this is the most reliable way for them to make money. obviously, over time, you're going to have to coddle the right-wingers more and more because they just have a natural disadvantage in debates, like Jordan Peterson, a high-profile figure who needs to be, you know, protected. They probably had to, like, convince him to come in, and you have to lie to people on the left more and more because people on the left have a natural advantage by virtue of being correct. It's just this kind of content, this kind of format, this medium of political engagement is fundamentally reactionary. But I don't blame Hasan, no. I agree BuzzFeed was reactionary. I do agree with that. Jubilee was at its most obvious of intentions when they made the doctor versus anti-vaxxers. Yeah, they have a ton of content like that. One doctor who is a professional in their field, but not like a professional debater, against 20 retards who all have a YouTube channel they want to kick off. Yeah, it's genuinely sickening. It's worthless. It's worthless. Hmm. 20 Anna Kasparians versus one homeless guy. But the homeless guy was like top of the debate team in high school. Do you think individual leftists without much of a platform should go on Jubilee? No, I don't think anyone should go on Jubilee. It is literally like a rage bait content farm made by far-right people in order to make money off of you. They'll lie to you and protect other people. No, you should not participate in any way, shape, or form with it. It's a complete waste of time. If you want to do this kind of debate farming bullshit, you need to do it through like a medium that is not run by people who actively hate you. "20 IDF soldiers versus one toddler." You don't need Jubilee for that. Even shit like Hippy Dippy was always destined to boost idiot right-wingers like this. Yeah, Hippy Dippy started out as like a bunch of people just debating, but like towards the end, it was just, here's our 3 pet retard right-wingers who come up and say nothing of value, repeat the same thing every time, but they're here because without it, everyone would basically agree because these are inarguable positions. Like, yeah, it's how it always turns out. Yeah. What the fuck is Hippy Dippy? Keep your nose out of what doesn't belong to you, you goddamn culture vulture. In your view, is there a place for debating? Will you fucking listen to what I'm saying? I just said I like Mehdi Hasan's Zeteo debates. Why do you fucking listen to the shit that I'm saying? How would I know, Lemons? Remember when they had doctors debate COVID policy, but all the doctors against anti-COVID policy were chiropractors? Yeah, the people at Jubilee are right-wing. They hate you. If they weren't right-wing, they wouldn't be doing what they do and saying what they say. And there's no such thing as neutral entertainment when you're hosting debates on a political topic. No, Taurine Knight, I don't know who that is. Well, Warcraft Dodo. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I wish people who defended stuff like this would just admit they do it because they find it entertaining and not because they have some kind of, like, principled argument in favor of the existence of the grifter Nazi rage bait slop content machine, you know? Like, stop pretending that there's no other way to challenge ideas or understand what the other, like, side is saying or whatever, you know? Is this the arrest? Or are these the arrests that were conducted? I saw, like, the police beating the shit out of some guy. Nah, different thing, I guess. Yeah, on the bridge, because they mentioned a bridge here. Two-lane bridge carrying traffic over the Ohio River. Yeah, it was this one. It was 100% this one. That officer should be tried for attempted murder. Yeah, it was pretty goddamn bad. Trying to find it. Where's that clip? I don't know if I'll be able to find it. That's fine. Do you guys see this? Peak McMansion slop. We love it, don't we? It's the ugliest fucking house I've ever seen in my life.
Gonna be almost my final tour. It can't be speed. I'm not allowed to run still. This is the garage. Needs to be cleaned.
It's a lot of storage bins, though. Okay. There's Caitlin's bag of sloth, stuffed animals, one of many.
This is the front door.
Can you imagine living in a place that... I love the gigantic floor space and that awful vinyl millennial gray fake flooring. I love it so much. Look at how empty every room is and feels. Yeah, this cost $250,000. It's fucking exurbs outside of Houston or something. Jesus Christ. What's up with rooms being white all the time? Well, these houses are made essentially out of styrofoam. They're made very cheaply, very low quality, with low quality materials, and they're sold to tasteless people who think of floor space and nothing else. Like, everything in this house is cheap. It's just large. It does kind of look like mental hospitals, yeah.
But it doesn't have a countertop yet. But all the snacks are in.
Yay!
Okay, sorry, I got distracted by the snacks.
In case you forgot, this was an American video. What the fuck was that? Is this a horror video? What in the fuck? Oh, that's just the void hallway. We haven't filled that one in yet. We were gonna walk a few miles to put a mirror on the other end. Yeah, sure. Don't go down this one. It's not finished yet.
Okay, this is my parents' room.
Jesus.
Still unpacking.
This is the bathroom. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we can't even.
What the what is this cheap-ass installation? Are you kidding me? You've got a bathroom this big, and you just throw a tub on the outside of your corner shower? What the fuck? That's like a small tub. Even she would struggle to fit in there. What the hell? Why would they be? What a waste. You've got a bathroom this big and you don't have like a big luxurious bath to chill in while with the rain shower? That's crazy.
This is the bathroom. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're not even. We can't even. This is his. It's a disaster.
Oh my gosh, I haven't actually seen this. Oh,
it's still.
I thought she wasn't going to be able to fill this. It's completely filled.
It's not. I haven't even looked on the boxes. I haven't even done my closet.
That's me. That's my closet.
That's my dad's closet.
Yeah, it's still a disaster too.
Upstairs.
There's the river.
The tub should be separate from the shower. Nah, dude, in a bathroom that big, the tower, you can either have a shower and then a nice large tub, or you integrate the two and have like a rain shower in the corner, and the bath is in the shower, so that you can lounge in it and have a bath, have the shower right down on you. It's just such a waste.
The outdoor kitchen's in, which is fun. Come on. Okay. Bins. The pool table's not here yet.
All right, put that down. Come on, this way is the gym.
There's no gym equipment yet, just the Lululemon mirror and some weights. It's a
The gym is on the second floor? Okay.
TV's up though.
Oh, and you can like see down.
Oh yeah, here's the view down.
Beautiful. Okay, over here is
dress up.
And a dress-up closet.
And for all our Halloween costumes, yay!
Because all the Halloween costumes.
And for all the grandkids stuff when they come.
Yeah, they'll fit there. No big surprise. This is where our pool table's gonna go, but it's not here yet. And we have this. Yes. This is the bar.
Yes, this turned out good. And then the outdoor furniture came, which I like. That's nice.
This is the bar.
This is the bar.
Beautiful.
Caitlin's gold inspiration. With the
Do people make houses out of just bricks anymore? No, but like that's where tasteful rich people live, yeah. Like tasteful rich people in pretty much like every city in America, rich people with taste live in like homes built 100 years ago that have been restored and kept perfectly and are filled with items of immaculate taste. And poor taste rich people, usually new money, go and buy mega mansions on the exurbs that were built in 4 months and cost like, you know, the land cost more than the construction itself by like a factor of 4, you know? And then they fill it up with as much furniture as they can order from Temu, exactly.
And this is cool because it kind of fits in that space right there.
Yep. And down here. Oh wait, maybe we should just go upstairs real fast.
Okay, one more flight up. I'm sweating.
Imagine doing it when you're running.
No, I can't. Look at Ella.
This is a poker room. We have
And there's already been poker games 2 nights.
This is a wet table.
Ooh, it's a poker.
The poker room.
Table. Yep, that's it.
Texas Hold'em, I think.
That's all that's really set for.
Yeah.
Because
That's
me
cool.
and Mommy are the only girls that live in this household, so.
Yeah, there's some furniture coming to fill that space over there.
Alright, yeah. This is one of the guest bedrooms. It's really
All this
messy.
stuff just came in from the beach house. So.
Yeah. This is another guest bedroom. Dramatic bed.
Yep, not finished.
And then this is the other guest
There's a
bedroom.
bathroom there.
This one looks done. Oh, that one fits perfectly.
Yeah, these are the twins. Cute.
It is very depressing, yeah.
Twin beds.
This is the golf simulator.
It's a bathroom. There's the golf simulator room.
This thing is ginormous.
Yes, and the loungy chairs, which are so comfortable. And the snacks.
Did the Sopranos have good taste? Fuck no, are you kidding me? No, they very deliberately had bad taste. It was all like... It was all like fake opulent gold. It was like Trumpian, if anything. How is it literally all the same flooring? Yeah, it's crazy, right?
There's TV there and there's TV going
Yeah, the
there.
TV there is just, it's downstairs, I think.
And then this is my
I don't know what he's doing. Putting up another TV. Hangout room with his beer pong.
It does feel like the back rooms a bit, you know? It's all like the same flooring and the same wall color, just no blocking for the rooms. Sheesh. Yeah, no sign of human life. Anyway, that house is going to fall apart in a couple decades anyway. Will not long blight this world. Tulsi Gabbard calls for Obama to be prosecuted over 2016 impeachment. Yeah. It's a fake scandal they're bringing up to distract from Epstein. That's it. That's literally it. That's the only thing that's happening here. Tulsi Gabbard accuses ex-presidents and others of treasonous conspiracy for alleging Russian interference. And of course, the Russian interference was described in the Senate Intelligence Community Report, of which several volumes was released, and it proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was, in fact, Russian interference. It's literally just the smash glass, press big red button in case people get mad at Trump for being best friends with Epstein happens. Like there's nothing else to it. This has always been the weirdest one for me for the left, you know, because there's a lot of DNC hysteria that it's okay to make fun of. And I understand that, like, it's bullshit for Hillary Clinton to say the reason she lost was because of Russia or whatever. But why are there people on the left who still deny the fact that there was Russian interference? I never understood that one. That doesn't make any sense to me. Literally happen. Like, it's not like you don't even have to take like the same ideological stance or whatever. Like, it was proven there were indictments, there were arrests, there were convictions, there was jail time, there was illegal collusion between the red. Like, that's just it's just a fact. I don't understand the point of fussing about it. In extraordinary comments calling for prosecution, she added, "The information we are releasing today clearly shows there was a treasonous conspiracy in 2016 committed by officials at the highest level of our government. Their goal was to subvert the will of the American people and enact what was essentially a years-long coup with the objective of trying to usurp the president from fulfilling the mandate bestowed upon him by the American people." Jesus Christ. Fucking purple pro. Puff it up as much as you can, why don't you? Saying literally nothing, by the way. Like, note how no actual like criminal accusation is levied here. It's literally just puffery. Clapper's one of several officials named by Gabbard as apparently implicated in the supposed conspiracy. Yeah. Hey, even The Guardian is pointing out why this is happening. The Trump administration has come under mounting pressure from the president's Make America Great Again base to release files on the Epstein case, including a supposed list of Epstein's influential clients. Yeah. The attempt to return the spotlight back to the Russia investigation, long derided by Trump as a hoax, comes as the U.S. president finds himself in the maelstrom of the lingering scandal. Nice. All right. I'll take it. Seeing MAGA not fully capitalized is so weird. It means AI written. For sure, by the way. The Guardian is typically woke. Well, I mean, I guess by the standards of U.S. publications, probably. But it's a pretty low bar, right? Yeah, here's the Fox News video. Tulsi Gabbard drops major bombshells, shedding light on, quote, years-long coup against Trump.
I think that the interview we had yesterday with Tulsi Gabbard has made a lot of news. And it's really because Tulsi did such a brilliant job, our DNI director did a brilliant job of laying out what exactly she declassified. And Charlie and Griff,
This is boring. Let's go to Tulsi Gabbard's YouTube channel, because after all, she didn't expect to end up here. She expected to be a YouTuber after she dropped out of Congress. Look at these. With her doing like the same face in every thumb. Tulsi Gabbard exposes treasonous conspiracy from Obama White House. You deserve to know the truth. The Obama administration must be held accountable. It is so fucking funny that literally the director of intelligence would be like, go to her YouTube channel for hit news on the treasonous conspiracy that she's, gotten wind of. Okay, lady, sure, whatever. Yeah, why not? I don't know. It's pretty funny.
You declassified
This isn't Tulsi. This is from Fox. This is literally just a Fox segment. Okay, you're at the end here, but you're talking to Fox.
As voters, can we feel confident that we will actually see charges, do you think, out of this?
I'm not a lawyer. We're referring all of this to the Department of Justice. I know that Attorney General Pam Bondi is committed to bringing about justice to those who have broken the law. And in this case, again, what these documents detail, to me, in my view, cannot be explained as anything but a treasonous conspiracy. This is not so different from what we saw under George W. Bush when we saw that manufactured intelligence claiming there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq that kicked off a war that changed our country, that changed the lives of so many people like myself who went and served in those wars. The implications of manufactured intelligence are real. I would even say that what we are seeing here has an even greater impact than what we've seen in the past, because it speaks again to the foundation of our Constitution and our democratic republic, which is why accountability is so critical.
Amen to that. We can, and by the way, we cannot weaponize our intelligence community against our enemies, our political enemies. That is.
Gotcha. Jesus Christ, man. Tulsi Gabbard calls out James Comey. Why is she posting this? It's all just Fox News clips. They're going to DMCA you, Tulsi. They're going to DMCA you.
So on his very first day in office, President Trump signed an executive order announcing that the federal government would, quote, take appropriate action to correct past misconduct related to the weaponization of law enforcement and the weaponization of our intel community. No person alive today knows what it's like to have the full force of the federal government turned against you better than Donald Trump. Well, he does not want any other Americans to have to go through what he went through, because President Trump, frankly, has been bent to hell and back, and it all started at the beginning of his first term with the.
I just want to know, what is the supposedly manufactured intelligence? I just want to know.
Totally phony, prepared for President Barack Obama back in December of 2016, right after Donald Trump won, specifically stating, quote, Russian criminal activity failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary to change election outcomes. And they were talking about one place in Chicago. Now, the deep state did not like the assessment that was put together.
Wait, even your language concedes the fact that it happened. The accusation wasn't that it happened to the extent that it altered the outcome of the election. The accusation was that there was illegal collusion, which was found and proven in court.
By career people, rank and file people. But when the politicized people around Obama got it, guess what? It changed. They never let Obama see it. Then when he asked them to prove that Russia meddled in the election, they just simply complied, and they turned it on its head. And frankly, in many ways...
Wait, unironically, what the fuck is he saying? It sounds like he's stroking out. What is he saying? What claim is he making here? I understand that this is a bullshit, nothing distraction, but this is unironically jibber jabber. What the fuck is he talking about? They wouldn't let Obama see it, but then when he asked them to look at it, they complied, and then they turned it on its head? What?
You can say they polluted what was real intelligence, and they turned it into poison.
How?
And they did it to destroy one man. Is it any wonder that there are now reportedly criminal investigations, this conspiracy investigation by Kash Patel underway, and it specifically names Comey and Brennan. All right, here to give us all the details and bring us up to speed.
Give me any detail. I just want to know. This is all bullshit. I just want to know, like, what is the claim that they're making?
Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She declassified this report yesterday, has many more details. You know, I have this creation of the Russia hoax that you put out on X, that you posted on X, and I'll put it up as you're speaking here. What is amazing to me as I've gone through this cache of documents you've released is they concluded just the opposite. They concluded there was no problem. And then all of it, that was the rank and file. These were career people in the intel community. They gave honest assessments. Then all of a sudden it ends up in the hands of the leadership, the deep state as we call them, And what happened to it? Can you explain what the process and what these documents reveal?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. This is such an important issue, and I just want to start by saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic.
By the way, I just want to say, I would be absolutely shocked if this led to charges at all. That's why Tulsi Gabbard said, I'm pitching it to the DOJ. I really do think that this is a break glass, ring alarm bell in case Epstein thing. But if this actually turns to charges, you're going to see like tens, hundreds of millions of dollars mobilized towards the strongest legal effort America has ever seen to protect these people against the Trump administration. And there is no guarantee the judges they get are going to be at all favorable. And so far, the administration, the DOJ's lawyers, have been getting dog walks every time they go to court. To challenge Obama in court over this, insane, would be ridiculous. I think it's just a meaningless distraction. I wouldn't be surprised if Pam Bondi says, like, we're looking into it, and then nothing happens.
And it lays out this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice, and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people, who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured...
This is so fucking boring, dude. I can't believe people watch this shit and go, yes, sir. Finally taking Obama to black jail, wherever they go. Low IQ fucking country. The claim is Obama lied and said Russia changed votes. Okay. Where? Okay. The New York article, New York Times. The Obama administration assessment never contended that Russian hackers manipulated votes. Is that it? That's it? So they're just saying that Obama lied by saying that Russia had manipulated votes, but they didn't actually say that? Is that it? Okay. All right. Even if he did, that would not, in fact, be a treasonous conspiracy. Can you imagine if lying about the election and lying about stolen votes was actually treason? Trump would have been fired into the sun. They're desperate? Oh, it's really fucking desperate. It's also kind of like short-sighted too, because again, they can't actually, there's no way they're actually going to legally go after all of these prominent Obama administration officials, because again, that would be insane and they would lose those cases. So what are they going to do in a week? Like, are they like, when they serve this nothing burger to their constituency, are all the Trump supporters going to just forget about this too? Like, oh, don't worry, we distracted them from the Epstein thing with another thing we're going to disappoint them on almost immediately afterwards. Huh. Well. Fucking desperate, man. Let me send this off to the editors, and then I'm going to read donos. Steam. Like, Tulsi Gabbard accuses Obama of treason or some shit. Grab your popcorn, you're gonna love what happens next. Yeah? Unless you, like, pay attention for more than a few days. Then it gets really disappointing. No donor read? Hold on. Doesn't apply here, anal conductor. It's more complicated than that. No, Mr. T. All right. Soup Knife and Ava Beep Boop. Thank you for the tier 1 subs. I also enjoy this stream. Thank you very much. Beezus Christ 123 and I Love Duckies. Thank you for the $5 both. Vosh, got any dating tips for a guy whose D is nothing but tips? Straight, by the way. You got to get one of those harnesses, you know, and paint it to match your exact skin tone so no one can tell the difference. Small donation for your Donkey Kong Bonanza purchase. Yeah, I've seen a bit of YouTube play of Donkey Kong Bonanza. It really makes me want to play it. Unfortunately, I don't have a Switch 2, so I have a couple of hurdles I have to overcome first. It does look so good, yeah. Simric, we can't have a constitutional convention right now. We're so far away from any kind of it's very high-minded, but we're so far away from anything like that being possible. L Bieber and AQ, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. No, I don't own any wristwatches, but I would like to. And yeah, I'm really glad you enjoyed Superman, AQ. It's really fucking good, huh? Really goddamn good. LR Greeny, thank you for the tier 3 sub. First sub when I started college as an orange name. Figured I'd upgrade as I enter my last semester. Nice! Been watching since late 2019, so keep rocking on. Hey, you're almost there. God damn. It's crazy to think it's been that long in the time span of some people's lives, you know? That's fantastic. Well done. Congratulations on your final semester. Popka, thank you for the $10. Long-time lurker, been watching since the beginning of the Biden administration, so I figured I should finally tip my second favorite streamer. Heh. Well, man, we're living in a different world now, huh? Beginning of the Biden administration. The sky was the limit back then. But now, whew. I don't know. Lifetime ago. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I'm certainly not watching Jubilee Surrounded to see intelligent discourse. It's definitely slop, but I can't turn away Monka Giga. I'm weak. Why? I don't know. I don't find that stuff entertaining at all, to be honest. I think that in large part, people's supplementation of entertainment for political engagement is a huge part of why we're in this position right now. Like, it's always been like that to an extent, but there's no denying the fact that people are, on average, getting, like, I don't want to say stupider. People are getting, the infotainment, like, streamlining is getting more and more pronounced. Basically, everyone consumes the same culture now. There's no such thing as, like, high-minded culture anymore. Nobody strives to learn more. Vosh, aren't you a part of that? To an extent, sure, but I certainly don't think I'm in the same tier as the Jubilee 1v20 nonsense. And also, within the medium, within the format, I do strive to do my best. You know, I am just communicating live. I'm not filtering or scripting anything I say, so there are limits to how well I can convey information, but I do try to, at the, through a conversational format, engage with stuff in a thoughtful way. Unironically Belgian, thank you for the very kind gifted tier 4 sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you for giving Taco Goat the tier 4 sub. Hey Vosh, been a while since I caught one of these live. Wanted to say thanks again for being the nudge that got me to figure out a lot about myself. Hey, my pleasure. Thank you very much. And, here's to many more instances of you getting more pogged up to the gills on account of your engagement with my content. Thank you. Seriously. Happy to help. Rough Profit with the $5. For what it's worth, MAGA in a Guardian article is because of their weird style guide. All caps if each letter is pronounced. BBC CEO, initial capital if like a word, MAGA. That's weird. I'm positive that I've seen them all caps MAGA before. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Did we ever learn how AOC fucked up? Yes, watch the stream. Pers517, thank you for the very kind $69. Nice. What do you think about men in crop tops? I mean, the problem here is that there's nothing innately good or bad about them. It's just another style. The problem is that when you say men in crop tops, what I think of is a very specific subset of the gay community that I don't much care for in terms of their aesthetic. Like, oftentimes I feel like, I don't know what you'd say, like gay culture versus queer culture. I don't know how exactly you square the circle. Not your type? How do I put this? If you're wearing a crop top and then like regular low-rise light wash jeans, you look like you're a leather daddy or like a porn star or like you're going clubbing in West Hollywood to me. And I don't think it's very aesthetic. But if you're wearing a crop top with like nice big baggy high-waisted you know, cargo pants, if you have like a consistent aesthetic going on, it's kind of like, I don't have anything against wearing tight-fitting shirts, but there is a specific kind of gay who will wear shirts that are clearly like one size too small, and it's because they want to be shrink-wrapped by the fit, you know? So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think men in crop tops look good if they pull off the fit. And a lot of guys do not pull off the fit. There are a lot of girls who don't also, but they don't have the same cultural associations, you know? Wesley Snipes pulled it off. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm seeing some good examples on Google image search. I guess this is what I'm imagining when I think of a bad example, you know? And unfortunately, I do see stuff like that quite often. This looks quite nice. Not even particularly high-waisted. Big difference? Yeah, huge difference. I guess, okay, it's like this to me. I think the term for these is baby tees. The baby tee plus low-rise... God, that fit is terrible. This, I think it's called baby tees. I despise how it looks. Saw a lot of that in West Hollywood. Not so much of it in Seattle. Seattle is much more queer than it is gay. I've met this guy at every techno party I ever went to ever. Yeah, I know what you mean. What is that stance, honestly? Looks like he's just standing there. CEO of Ketamine, speaking of, thank you for the $5. Manscaped is good, but a ton of men are self-reporting that they don't wash their nuts. Use the same shaver. Not this. Yeah, I don't understand anyone who thinks that, like, your shaver is dirty because it touched your balls. I feel like it's a self-report. And then 3 people in a row with video links. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Mute, but you urban folk may have medicine and doctors, but where's Rivercraft? What are you linking? I don't. What is the relevance of this? Whenever I see hovercraft like this, I think of that one James Bond movie. Was it Die Another Day? That's sick, not gonna lie. It is sick. It's me, GPZ. Thank you for the $5. First time donating to the stream. Howdy. Really helped me form a coherent worldview. Found this video of Mamdani. I don't want to watch a video right now. Oh, wait, I've seen this. Testing Ananias Gaydar. I think I've seen this.
Which actress did Ellen come out to in her sitcom in 1997? Reese Witherspoon, Laura Dern, or Felicity Huffman?
I'm gonna go with Laura Dern.
I think this content is reposted because this was uploaded 2 days ago, but I'm pretty sure I've seen this.
Because I love Jurassic Park.
And you're gonna be correct. Let's go! Hi, I'm Ananias. This is Gaydar. Let the people know your name and your pronoun.
Maybe it's not, because it is. Did he do it again? Skynet with $5. You might find this video enlightening. At 24 minutes and 5 seconds, you'll see how disgusting the GPU rat race is. Okay, buddy. Stop giving me homework. 31-minute fucking video? Frame generation is a bigger lie than we ever thought. I can finally prove it. I already know this! I said this. I said it was you people fucking crucified me. You crucified me for saying that for AI frame generation is bullshit. They gave you a timestamp? Yeah, I suppose.
About the same. The latency. Is the game responsive enough to play? Because frame generation will always add latency. NVIDIA and a lot of game developers have also found out ways to mitigate this or make it seem like frame generation is faster than it really is. Now I'm going to show you this by being in Stellar Blade again. You know, we were talking about how like 50 milliseconds of latency is what we should be doing. We don't have frame generation enabled right now, or really anything. We're just at native 1440p. Our latency is actually pretty high. We're around that 50 millisecond mark, which getting like, you know, 80 FPS, you'd think you'd be able to get better than that, which is where technology like NVIDIA Reflex comes in. We're just going to turn it on, and our latency is going to reduce. We're at like almost 50 milliseconds, and our latency literally just got cut in half. Now, Reflex is NVIDIA's version of this technology. AMD also has a version of this technology called Anti-Lag 2. They had issues with Anti-Lag Plus in the past, but we're not going to talk about that. But what Reflex basically does is dynamically cap your frame rate so that you get the absolute tightest latency. I'm not going to go into the in-depth explanation of it, but that's essentially what it does. So right now we're getting about 24 milliseconds of latency, and you can also experience this by capping the frame rate yourself. So we head back into the graphics and we turn back off.
It is fucking crazy, by the way, that I've seen so much thirst posting about Stellar Blade and never once any porn. Isn't that wild? Like, they're such sexless porcelain dolls that have been clearly dressed up by, like, virginal Korean men that you look at them and it's like there's no like, humanity to the plap, right? Meanwhile, the girls from fucking Monster Hunter, the blonde blacksmith lady and the book girl, like those two, they're also pretty boobied up, in my opinion. They're also pretty, you know, they've been zhuzhed up. Those two motherfuckers.
Off NVIDIA Reflex, but then instead we turn on some kind of frame rate cap, which I think there's one in here. So we go to target frame rate. We're going to cap it at 60, which we're getting 80 FPS before, but I'm going to show you that you actually get better latency at a lower frame rate by capping your frame rate. We capped it at 60 FPS. We're getting like 28 milliseconds of latency. Really decent latency. You know what I mean? So if you want a responsive gaming experience, capping your frame rate is a really good way to go. Now you still want the smoothness and stuff of a higher frame rate, so you might want to still go higher, but you know, capping your frame rate can be pretty good. And I made a whole video about this if you want to check it out a little bit more in depth. So by default, with frame generation, NVIDIA knows it uses more latency. They always have NVIDIA Reflex enabled by default. And you'll see in some...
I fucking hate post-processing. I hate it so much. We need to get rid of that shit. No more post-processing, okay? You know what? We're getting rid of graphics cards, too. We're just going to have one giant CPU that's in an ice cube sitting on your desk, and it will handle all calculations one by one. Everything else is demon tech. Okay? No multi-threading, no fucking holding stuff on the GPU and then pulling data. None of that, okay? One calculation at a time. Sean with the $5. Dr. Mike said you should have a different shaving implement because the ones designed for your face are too sharp for your genitals. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I wouldn't know because I don't shave my junk because it'd be weird for me to shave my junk and then like the rest of me is hairy, you know? Joe Clem, thank you for the $20 and $5 donations both. I really appreciate that. Women's basketball is amidst a renaissance. The rating for college basketball and the WNBA have gone way up in recent years because of the talent entering the league. WNBA still isn't turning a profit, but it's getting closer. Vast majority of men who appreciate basketball enjoy women's basketball and are frustrated it's not more accessible. Things are improving, though. Really? Vast majority of men who appreciate basketball enjoy women's basketball? I don't think that's true. Because if that was true, I feel like the numbers wouldn't be as skewed as they are, right? Maybe? It'd be nice. Would enjoy. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thanks to $5. Community gardens are a cool place to meet people. I've never tried, but I believe you. Thank you for the additional $5. Recent Vosh streams are kind of like the WNBA. Pretty cool, but not worth the watch. Okay. All right. Old Schoolist, the $5. Vosh, I just got back from time traveling to 2020. I tried to convince you that we would be better off with Trump winning, but you permabanned me. Yeah, it'd be pretty difficult to make that argument to me back in 2020. I guess it would be difficult for me to imagine that Joe Biden and Merrick Garland would not punish Trump at all for an attempted violent insurrection of the government in his final days in the presidency, that Joe Biden would be as disastrously bad post-October 7th that he actually was, and that Trump would concoct or work in league with people who essentially like built a blueprint to annihilate the government and democracy. Like it, you would have to sell me on a very pessimistic timeline to get me to understand how later I would arrive at that conclusion. Joe Clem 15 with the additional $20. Thank you very, very much. Steph Curry is LeBron's rival and changed the sport with his three-pointers. Think of Bullseye from Daredevil. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Now threes are more valuable than ever. WNBA players are often better shooters and more women are dunking, hence Renaissance. Okay. Listen, I'm pretty far out from being able to engage with these kinds of conversations, is all I'm saying, all right? Okay. Still alive with the $10. Thank you. AOC has still done a lot to inspire people. One might argue we might not have Mamdani without AOC proving it can be done first. Yeah, but now she's disillusioning people is the problem. AOC hasn't done a lot to inspire anyone in a while. Like, she's been pretty quiet, honestly. She hasn't really taken any big initiatives. The oligarchy tour kind of fizzled out. You know, I want her to use her power and popularity to go out there and be bold and challenge people. But in order to do that right now, you have to be aggressive against the Democrats too. Otherwise, yeah, you just disillusion people. You contribute to more people thinking that there's no like viable way of changing the country from within the political system. Another name donated $10 9 separate times, all of which seem to have nothing to do with the subject of the stream or that we were on at the moment. Money laundering? Yeah, seriously. Thank you for the 9 separate $9.99 donations, USD. I'll just read these. My youngest will be getting the surgery, not his decision, but wife and I have always wanted a girl. Figure we can save on 529 fund if he can get swim track scholarships since we spent it on Trump coin. Oh, like you'll trans him so he can win in the swimming meets. Gotcha. That's a good idea. It's insane what's going on in this country. Minors can't get transition care. That's over 500,000 people in that industry. But they said minors like with an E, like coal miner. My son is a coal miner and asking very existential questions. Why should he be denied care? I keep my day job so I can super chat my hero Vosh bad in before gender mandering. Win Vosh Jubilee. Vosh, please spend this money on your beard. It was great last weekend when you swiped my Tinder request. Vosh Jubilee surrounded 20 Cuomo voters. I love you, Vosh. This is my subscription fee for the days of your debates I've listened to. Okay, that's all of them. Well, you seem a bit insufferable, but thankfully I can't refund YouTube super chats, so it's pretty much you can't take it back now. Vosh, is this meta irony? No, it's mostly people being like annoying and parasocial. Yoink. Yeah, there's no, that's not getting back on his parents' credit card, I'm afraid. This is why I didn't enter this chat for like 5 years. It is true that there's like an air of insufferability and immaturity to the parasocial people in my community. Again, I guess I'm sort of like, I'm mentally comparing it to what I see in like the only two other streamers that I watch, Joseph Anderson and Northern Lion. Unfortunately, the problem is that like, it's difficult to have a chill vibe when you're talking about politics, because like sincere discussion of politics invites self-seriousness. And when people are being self-serious, you have to give them space for that. You can't like keep an air of everything being sort of like lighthearted all the time. And if you have that, if there's like space for that, it means that there's like a wider range of expression. Like if a person's being annoying, but in a sincere way, now it's like, oh, you have to take that seriously. But we've been moving away from that for a while. That's why I frequent offline chat. I think a lot of it is also because I talk to chat pretty directly, and chat's on screen, which gives people, a lot of people, it gives them, what do you call it? It gives them main character syndrome a little bit. Whereas if chat was, and same with me responding to donos, right? Yeah, delusions of grandeur, exactly. Whereas if people were just anonymized and I only occasionally engage with what they said, it would mean people wouldn't like try to bait for attention quite as much. I've always given that thought, but I still do like having chat up, at least for now. I like it. Yeah, of course you like it, Miss Genderlin. You're like one of the only good chat. EDM with the $5. Short sleeve business shirts suck. I agree. Makes everyone look like Dwight Schrute. Well, yeah, business shirts without a suit jacket over them suck. In general. Another name, thank you for the 2 additional $5 donos, rounding it out to 100. JC Hong with the $5. What's your opinion on DSA chapters that still mandate COVID-19 restrictions at their meetings to this day? There is like a weird sub-community of DSA COVID vaccine masking dead enders who will, like, anytime they see photos of people meeting without masks, they're like, are you pro-genocide? You support the extermination of disabled people? Which is a little bit, you know. I don't like the attitude. Wolves, thanks to $10. It's been a while since another username's last super chat. I'm scared. It looks like they rounded it off at 100. It is obnoxious, transitory, yeah. Brad Savvy and Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. 20 incels versus 1 bear, 20 men versus 1 gorilla, 20 chatters still asking what AOC did. They would win. Please don't go at Taylor Lorenz. Come, it's just really cringe. Like, Taylor Lorenz has done some good work, but it's fucking weird how anytime somebody is like, I don't think we should always have to mask in public forever for the end of time, she'll jump in and she'll accuse them of being, like, okay with the death of disabled people. Like, listen, if we can't do this forever. Stupid Genius, the $10. Oh my god, I've been in houses with this similar interior that are single story, a quarter the size, just as ugly, that go for $500,000 at the lowest estimates where I live. I promise you that's too much as well. Yeah, ugly, ugly shit. Really cheap, fast development. Still alive with the $5. Let's say how important and serious this is without saying what it is, lols. I mean, yeah, just baiting people, right? Luka Jokic era with the $2. It's Jokic. Jokic. I'll try to remember that, but no promises. And Stupid Genius, thank you for the $10. Meow. I agree completely. Thank you, thank you. You want to see something I'm fond of? This shirt's double RL. Unfortunately, a lot of double RL shirts have a really weak collar. See how it kind of folds in on itself here? I hate that. I might like sew twill tape to it at some point. However, it's indigo. See how it's fading here from when I put jackets? I put jackets on it, you know, it fades the shoulder. I think it looks nice. Do you wear V-necks? I don't think V-necks look good at all. Because you're not Greek? Greeks wear button-ups with 6 buttons undone. Same with Turks, because they're the same people. V-neck is more like Ventura or County, California surfer dude, you know? Or like Jersey Shore. I love wearing a button-down shirt half unbuttoned. Remember to get one with a fused collar. You know how there are those guys and they wear shirts open and you can always see their chest? It's because they're wearing them with a fused collar, which means that the placket of the shirt connects directly into the collar, and it means that when unbuttoned the shirt stays open. Images. Having a surprisingly difficult time. Am I using the wrong terminology? Why am I not seeing this? Okay, if I'm not mistaken, here's a fused collar. See, the placket of the shirt is sewn into the curve of the collar going this way. So when the shirt is sitting open, it kind of folds out. It doesn't like sit resting like this. It kind of folds open. Whereas with like a regular shirt collar, there's like a separate panel of fabric right here. But this one's also kind of sitting open. I can't really find a good example. That green's easy on the eye. Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's problems with this fit. Namely, the suit is just too damn tight. This is a double-breasted suit. This thing should be fitting with like roomy, you know? I also don't like the blue, I agree. The lapels are too big. I agree with this as well. I do like the green of the blazer, though. Bieberhole69, great name. Thank you for the $5. And for the $20. No message to either. Just doing it for the love of the game and for Bieber's Hole. Thank you. Metallic Hall, thank you for the very kind $20. Thanks for getting me to join PV. Canvas for the first time in Seattle for Katie Wilson. It was really fun. Ah, they're starting the canvassing, are they? Katie Wilson, that's Seattle. That's my backyard. Yeah, I got to get people motivated in that. Katie Wilson is pulling very slightly ahead right now. We do not want our incumbent mayor to win again. We want Katie Wilson to win. Yeah, no, I got to get involved. What if you canvassed? Yeah, I mean, what if lots of people canvassed, you know? IRL door knocking stream? No, I don't think so. You like a live camera feed of some guy opening the door. Hi, and 10,000 me and 10,000 people behind me would like to ask you how you feel on this. No. You don't point the camera at the door. There's laws on that, I believe. Jazz Dog with the $5. We need a non-Hitlerite alt history channel to create a scenario predicting what Trump 2020 would be like. It sucks how reactionary alt history channels tend to be. It's really annoying. Pizza Buff with a very kind $5. Vosh, I just want to thank you for doing this. A lot of my radicalization really came from you explaining policy, etc., and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Yeah, we dive into policy. I unfortunately, it's difficult to get into the nitty-gritty of things because at the moment, everything's just so fucking stupid, right? Like, every day we wake up and it's, you know, Trump declares war on the moon. Trump cabinet member says that tariffs aren't tariffs, you know? Like, it's difficult to get the opportunity to talk about anything meaningful and nuanced when all the lines of conflict right now are drawn on really dumb subjects. But we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. And Kowalski, thank you very much for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Just saw my name wasn't yellow. My apologies. Yeah. For being a rural person. Anyway, airboating is like the one fun thing to do in central Nebraska. 9 out of 10 would recommend. I didn't even know y'all did that up there. I guess I don't really know much about the environment of Nebraska. You know, just think of airboating as like a wetlands thing, I guess, or like the water has to be big and still. But I guess that tracks, right? Based on the video that I saw. It does look like a lot of fun. Awfully fucking loud, though, I bet. That would piss me off, it being super fucking loud. But it'd be fun. Joe Clem 15, thank you for the $5. Spider-Man 2 and Blade 2 are the most underrated comic book films of all time. Quickly, why do you like Spider-Man 2? Why do I like Spider-Man 2? The Sam Raimi film? Because it's fucking goated? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, because it fucking rules. I haven't seen it in a while. I don't have like a beat off the top of my head. It's a great fucking movie. I feel like it and Superman, the recent Superman, are right there with me right now because I've seen it more recently. Superman might eke out a little bit higher, but if I watch Spider-Man 2 again, maybe, you know, maybe, I'm not sure. They're both very good. Am I going to cover the Bench Peer review of it? I don't want to cover Bench Peer's review. That's just stupid. It's just slop content. I don't know. I've been doing this for nearly 6 years. Past a point, you get tired of like watching a tired guy who has contractual obligations to say dumb shit, and he's going to say it no matter what, and I have to sit here and be like, well, the thing that you all know is obviously wrong is obviously wrong. It's not even novel enough to like make jokes about. Just go rewatch Shapiro doing Barbie. It's the same shit. Yeah. Wolf of Wall Street Coke dude tweet, but it's him saying give Israel 200 trillion. I have no idea what this is in reference to, but I do appreciate the 5 Canadian. Thank you. Wolf of Wall Street Coke dude tweet, but it's him saying give Israel 200 trillion. It's a little bit of a tongue twister. It's a little bit of a tongue twister, yeah. For sure. Cypher with the 5. I felt real proud knowing what lapels are. You've taught me a lot about fashion, man. Thanks. Thanks. I'm still learning a lot myself. By the way, if you ever want like good knowledge on how to dress in a more formal and semi-formal capacity, the website Permanent Style is probably the best resource on the internet. It's this fella, and he's well known. He's very prominent, and he has very good taste. Very, very good taste. Ah, what a beautiful lapel roll right there. Meant to say clip, not tweet, my bad. Your brain's cooked. Your brain's cooked. His name is Simon. Nice rise in the waist of those pants. Well, yeah, of course. Simon would never be caught dead wearing low-rise pants. BieberHole69, thank you for the 20 bucks. You're being awfully kind to me. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. All right, folks. I can't believe it. We did a full 4 hours in spite of how busy I've been with the moving preparations. I love you all very much. Take care, drink water, get some exercise. I'm going to try to as well. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful day. And I'll try to be here tomorrow. I should be here tomorrow. Okay, I should be here tomorrow. Shouldn't be too busy. I want to be here tomorrow. What is this? Trump accidentally tweeted a picture of a young woman in a swimming suit. It's a still from the video where she catches a snake, but it's fake. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is a video, not a picture. This is a whole video. He posted a video of a woman catching a snake. Okay, it looks like he just posted a random video. This is like real unk shit. Hell yeah, brother. Well, what matters is that he's having fun. It's actually Grandpa posting. All right, folks, take care. I don't know if that'll get deleted or not. It seems weird, but all right.